answer to the stupid question. We need to know what U.S. state has 0 natural lakes. 215-263-WMMR. We're going to go to Danielle, see if we can get the answer. Hi, Danielle. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi. All right, Danielle, what U.S. state has no natural lakes?
How about California?
That is incorrect. Sorry. No, like Big Bear is out there. That's a huge lake,
Lake
right?
Tahoe.
Yeah, Lake Tahoe. There's
that's man-made.
fairly large lakes. We will go next to Mike, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Mike.
Hey, you guys sharp.
Oh, thank you, man.
Hi,
All right.
Mike.
So which U.S. state has 0 natural lakes?
Maryland.
Maryland, yes.
That's a mind blower.
Yeah, had no idea.
It's known as the land of 1,000 lakes.
I didn't know
Oh,
that.
maybe I'm thinking
no,
of it.
no. So hang on the line, Mike. We're going to say, yep, you just got yourself a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. And back for a limited time, you can enjoy Dine and Discover, special 3-course dinner for 2 for only $45.90. And you can explore menu favorites from the grill, land, and sea, including 2 salads, 2 entrees, and a shareable dessert. You can visit bonefishgrill.com for the information. So Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, and her mother, Doria Ragland, were involved in a near, they said, catastrophic car chase after being followed by paparazzi, their spokesperson has revealed. The chase took place after Meghan and Harry had attended an award ceremony in New York on Tuesday. The spokesperson said last night the Duke and Duchess of Sussex and Ms. Ragland were involved in a near-catastrophic car chase at the hands of a ring of highly aggressive paparazzi. The relentless pursuit, lasting over 2 hours, resulted in multiple near collisions involving other drivers on the road, pedestrians, and 2 New York police officers. While being a public figure comes with a level of interest from the public, it should never come at the cost of anyone's safety.
So when this story first appeared, I was thinking there was some sort of horrific collision or something, but they never actually had any, right?
No, it says a near catastrophic car chase.
Okay.
So not
like,
a car
Fast
accident.
and Furious.
Yeah, something like that. They said dissemination of these images, even the ways in which they were obtained, encourages a highly intrusive practice that is dangerous to all involved. And of course, Princess Diana died because they were being chased by paparazzi. So obviously, it's a concern. The New York police said on Tuesday evening, the NYPD assisted the private security team protecting the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. There were numerous photographers that made their transport challenging. The Duke and Duchess arrived at their destination, and there were no reported collisions, summonses, injuries, or arrests in regard.
So I heard, did it go on for 2 hours, they said?
That's what it says. So I don't know where they were driving to.
Yeah, okay. Wow.
I don't know if they were headed upstate or what. But 2 hours. Maybe it was just in traffic and they were surrounding them. I'm not sure.
It's possible. I don't know.
But they were aggressively going after them, and they were making note of it. Khloe Kardashian wants the media to stop pushing the narrative that she and Tristan Thompson have reunited.
It's not true.
She wrote in the comment section of the Khloe Legend fan page on Instagram and said, I suppose you guys will continue the narrative you want regardless of what I say, so what's the point?
Sweetie, you need to shut up now.
It's exhausting, but I learned that people will only understand to the level of their own perception. Most are stuck at believing the lies because it's the narrative they want to fuel. Have fun, she said.
She's so insightful.
She also wrote, some things are just as simple as they seem. A family member supporting another family member, especially during a difficult time in life. Example, just how I support Scott and will ever support him. He's my brother.
Shut the f*** up!
It's not just an NBA stage.
So she's talking about,
It's not just an NBA stage.
I have no idea.
A stage in life or a platform or what kind of stage and why is the NBA involved? And
I don't get
you don't
it.
need the entire league.
No.
Whatever.
They do date their way through most of the league.
Yeah. So the jury in Danny Masterson's rape retrial has begun deliberations. Deadline reports Judge Charlene Almeida sent the panel to come up with a verdict following closing arguments on May 16th. The That 70s alum faces over 40 years behind bars if found guilty on a trio of rape charges.
I wonder how things are looking in this. Well, you know what the odds are on this situation, because I don't really know the specifics of the trial as it's progressed.
No, I haven't seen any real details of who's saying what. The first trial started on October 18, 2022, ended in a mistrial on November 30th after the jury remained deadlocked in that case.
So they're doing that, that 70s show reboot on Netflix?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's not a part of it, obviously.
No.
Hey, come on.
So Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner were spotted having a serious chat on Wednesday. Page 6 reports that the Air star looked forlorn as he and his ex
I'd
dropped.
like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
I love that guy.
Incorporating them into my fantasy life.
He's actually a cousin of the pudding guy.
I bet.
Yeah.
They've got to be related. So, yes, he looked forlorn.
Forlorn.
As he and his ex dropped their kids off at school in the Brentwood neighborhood of Los Angeles.
Tell me, is this a good school? It will be.
The snaps come 1 week after the Goodwill Hunting star was caught arguing with his wife, Jennifer Lopez, in their SUV. I didn't see that.
Oh, they've had a couple of... There's a lot of
Arguing
pictures that are making it to the tabloids. Show a little bit of stress. I don't know. I'd like to think that things are working out.
Did he look forlorn in that, too?
He looked forlorn and distraught.
Yeah.
And lo, Ben Affleck was forlorn and sad.
What's wrong, Ben?
Why don't you come into the den and we
Ben,
can talk
come
about
into
it?
the living room.
Yeah.
We found this pack of cigarettes in your jacket.
Those are not my cigarettes. I borrowed that jacket from my friend Eddie.
I'm watching him, this photo. It looks to me like he's walking across the street with his ex-wife.
I agree.
The
And they're
first
just
thing you-
talking to each other.
Body language, her arms are crossed.
Oh, my
You can
God.
see it. You
Yeah,
see it.
yeah.
It's written. It's clear as day.
No, you're right.
Look at
That
the way
is-
he's holding his cup in the FU way.
That
Yeah,
is
and guys,
forlorn.
and this one, he's sipping coffee, and
Oh,
she
no.
is fixing her hat.
Yeah, I bet they're talking about Chrysagon and the philosopher of evil.
I
and-
apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
Maybe there's way more to that whole thing than we know, and they're dealing with the whole Chrysagon thing on a daily basis.
It might be. Let's.
You didn't call me at 5. I need to hear a call from you at 5 to know that you have not been attacked by Chrysagon the skull sealer.
Yeah, we don't know what's going on behind
No.
the scenes, gang. It's not us to judge. It's up to that guy.
Absolutely.
He's the judge of everything.
I'd like to
Yes.
apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
I would love to have been in the courtroom when they said, "Oh, you're free to make a statement." And when that came out,
I am so glad
Yeah.
that these two are still friends, so that clip still has some relevancy to it.
oh yeah,
because
keep co-parenting, please.
whatever it is, I love that guy.
I wonder if their friendship actually still drives this guy crazy.
Yeah,
he's
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he does want to apologize.
Or
It's a fake apology.
well, he can continue his fantasies that way.
My fantasy life.
And notice he didn't say apologize. He said apologize.
Yeah. And he said he'd
so-
like to. He didn't say yeah.
Does he say apologize?
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer
No, it's in the
Garner
second one.
and her pool boy,
Maybe it's the other
Ben
clip,
Affleck,
'cause he
for
apologizes.
I apologize
There
to
you go.
anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil,
And the skull sealer.
Well, then, okay. Thank you very much. Are you done?
Oh, goodness gracious. All
I
right.
also consider the aardvark one of the most majestic animals ever to walk the face of the earth.
Okay.
Glad we,
Yeah.
we everybody got that?
Yeah.
We all good?
That's
We good?
clear.
Everyone's
All right.
good. Okay. The 2023 Cannes Film Festival left Johnny Depp full of emotions. The opening night of the International Film Festival on Tuesday marked the premiere of the actor's French language film. Is it Jeannie Dubarry?
That's 21 Jump Street.
Okay. Which he stars as Louis XV in.
Oh, okay.
Following the screening of the film, received a 7-minute standing ovation from the crowd.
Wow.
Which, according to a clip,
Stinks!
according to a clip from the screening shared by Variety, left Depp tearing up with emotion. While the film does not have a U.S. release date, its premiere at the festival comes nearly 1 year after the verdict of Depp's controversial defamation trial with ex-wife Amber Heard.
I think he's rebounded rather nicely.
So it's a French language film.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume he must speak the language.
He was married to that French woman for a
Yeah.
long time.
Okay.
Paradis.
Vanessa Paradis. Yeah.
All right, he must speak it fluently then in order to, if he's playing Louis XV.
Merci beaucoup. Merci your face.
And it's...
Common phrase.
And it's a
Merci beaucoup, monsieur, your face.
it's
I want to apologize.
Selena Gomez has 2 new shows in the works for the Food Network.
I had this cooking thing I didn't realize, and now I'm seeing all this stuff about her capabilities. She's apparently a good chef at some level, right?
She announced yesterday that the only Murders in the Building star will host a celebration-focused series just in time for the holidays and follow that up with a show featuring some of the best chefs in the country in a quest to cook their most popular dishes when she visits their kitchens.
Only Murders in the Building, new season. Meryl Streep and Paul Rudd are part of it. Do we know when it's going to debut?
I just saw an announcement in the elevator. It is August.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Elevator news from Marissa Magnata.
A little screen.
We should put a little news desk in there with an anchor sitting behind it. The screen's out of order, so here's your news for today.
Alec Baldwin is joining the cast of the upcoming feature film Kent State, according to The Hollywood Reporter. The film is set to bring to life the events of May 4th, 1970, when 4 students were shot and killed by the National Guard during a campus protest against the Vietnam War. Baldwin will play Kent State President Robert I. White. Have no idea when that may come out. But
I assume Rust is done filming, right?
Yeah, they're finished with that.
I'm surprised
How wild is that?
And he's not doing Beetlejuice 2. He's not going to be in that reboot, but he's going to be. And they've got so many other people coming back.
Yeah.
Interesting. Staffers at The Tonight Show, starring Jimmy Fallon, will not be paid after this Friday. A source close to the NBC told the Huffington Post that no writing staff members are being put on unpaid leave of absence as the writer's strike continues. But they had been paying them even though they hadn't been working for a while.
What happened the last go-around? I remember that Leno was actually paying them out of his own pocket for a while, and
it's a
some
good
of them
question.
were. I guess then that's not happening this time.
Probably. Well, they were doing it for a little while, but you can only
you
can only do
broke.
it for so long, and so that's going to stop now.
Yeah, and that made him money.
Variety has confirmed that Eddie Murphy is in talks to star as Inspector Clouseau in MGM's forthcoming reboot of the Pink Panther. The Pink Panther franchise began, of course, with the 1963 comedy film starring Peter Sellers as Inspector Jacques Clouseau. But the role has been played by Alan Arkin, Roger Moore, and Steve Martin throughout the year. So I don't know what kind of take they'll do on that with Eddie Murphy.
The Peter Sellers stuff, the original is the best. Steve Martin tried to do it close to the Peter Sellers way. I don't know. Do we need another one?
Is that I never watched it, but is that the I would like to buy a hamburger?
Right,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was Steve Martin's version of the hamburger. Dollywood is ready to bring fans on a new thrilling adventure. Just announced the opening of its largest roller coaster yet.
I want to go to Dollywood.
I know.
Yeah.
Bizarrely, I want to go to Dollywood as well.
They've got some pretty good rides.
Oh yeah, they've got it's legit as far as their coasters and rides go. From what I've read, anyway.
It looks awesome, and it's the way it's sort of situated in the forest there.
Yep. So it's dubbed Big Bear Mountain and covers almost 4,000 feet of track. The new ride allows even the smallest members of the family to hop on as long as they're at least 39 inches tall. The ride's name comes from the legend of the Big Bear, which is a massive black bear said to have been roaming through Wildwood Grove for as long as anyone can remember, but no one has ever actually seen him.
So it's like their version of Bigfoot?
Yeah. The attraction is an expansion of the Tennessee Park's popular Wildwood Grove, in addition to being the park's longest coaster yet. It is also the largest single attraction investment made by the park, costing a whopping $25 million.
How great was it at Universal to ride those coasters?
Oh, man.
It's so I love roller coasters.
Yeah. Big Bear Mountain also includes onboard audio to add auditory thrills to the experience, and it treats riders through a track full of unexpected surprises, including launches, high-speed turns, and helix, and even a pass behind a waterfall.
I like that.
Looks like it could be a lot of fun. By the way, Dolly said during the opening ceremony, I'm not going to get on that. She said, y'all know me better than that, but I am going to be happy to hear all of your big, tall tales once you get back. She's flat out. I'm not doing it.
They don't have a broadcasting facility there, do they?
I don't know.
Is that the next location?
Well, here's the deal. Maybe we'd be considered satanic.
Yeah, probably.
There. I mean, we had a tough enough time finding another amusement park or attraction that would allow us there. Universal finally buckled.
Yep. Let me see here. According to the Hollywood Reporter, the 2023 Tony Awards will be televised after all.
Yay!
While the Tony Awards Management Committee was denied a waiver by the WGA last week, the committee appealed to the WGA on Monday after Tony Award producers said that they would change the show to conform with specific requests from the WGA. The WGA said that they would not picket the event.
You know, it's if you want to see over-the-top acceptance speeches, the Tonys, because they're so stage dramatic.
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to be really treated to some fine acceptance speeches.
That's the one to watch.
Yeah.
All right, and then one last story, and we'll end with this, and it's sort of entertainment news, but I thought I'd put it here since it's from an iconic movie. But a federal grand jury indicted a man in the 2005 theft of a pair of ruby slippers worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz. Terry Martin is charged with one count of stealing a major artwork, specifically facing a charge of theft of an object of cultural heritage from the care, custody, or control of a museum.
How long have they been missing?
2005, you said, right?
Yeah, so the indictment, it was 2005 theft.
Okay.
The indictment did not suggest a potential maximum prison term. It alleges that he stole the revered footwear from the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota at the time.
Could you imagine you're in prison surrounded by Bloods and Crips, and your charge is you stole the ruby red slippers?
When he stole them, they were insured for $1 million, but a current fair market appraisal valued the slippers at $3.5 million. Whoa. The ruby slippers in question, which were recovered in July of 2018 in a sting operation by the FBI and Grand Rapids Police Department after a 13-year search, are one of the 4 remaining pairs and are among the most recognizable memorabilia in American film history. At least 2 of the existing pairs are owned by private collectors. One pair has been on display in the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History in Washington since 1979. In 2012, Leonardo DiCaprio led a group of donors in purchasing a pair to be displayed at the Academy Museum of Motion Pictures, which is set to open this year in Los Angeles.
I always had an issue. Oh, I'm sorry, Casey, you want to say something?
No, well, just on a side note, you had mentioned Wicked and how you'd love to see that. I just want to let you know it's coming back to Philadelphia.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Cool.
You don't have to go up to New York to see it.
I always had the issue in the original movie, in the Judy Garland movie, when Glinda says, you've had the ability to go home all this time.
Yeah.
And you know, I think that should have been met with a little bit more, this is goddamn ridiculous.
On Dorothy's part?
Yeah. You're telling me
Yeah.
that from go, I could have got home, you whore.
She turns to her and says, you had the ability
You!
all along.
These imbeciles I've been hanging out with for the better part of the movie.
And you're right, Steve. Like, they had other conversations
Yeah.
prior to that last conversation.
This is goddamn ridiculous.
She came floating down in that bubble.
Yeah.
When she first got there.
Hey, whore, how do I get back? Oh, I have them all the time. Yeah.
Wicked Witch of the West, bro.
Yeah. Look.
What are you doing?
And Nicole Smith.
That was a miss.
By the way, I watched that documentary.
Yeah.
Did you watch that documentary?
I started to. I had to stop watching, but
Yeah.
Is it worth finishing?
It's not so good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're ready to play some clips for you now, so let's do that. Knights of the Zodiac brings the anime sensation to the big screen in live action, and here star Famke Janssen talks about what made filming easier.
The more I can see on the day, the better of an actor I am, and the easier it is to work that way. The more green and the easier challenging usually it gets. It's so much nicer to work with actors, and I actually ended up having that on this movie.
I don't give a
Knights of the Zodiac is in theaters now, by the way. Here's our next clip. The Stallones are giving viewers a glimpse of their real lives in the new reality show, The Family Stallone. And in this clip, Sylvester Stallone talks about reality television.
This is going to shock people because a lot of times people say, oh, reality TV, what do you like? You need a job or something? I said, no. I'm feeling I have this resurgence going on, so why not at this moment show people what it's like? Not when you're over or retired and it's the ultimate home movie. You'll see.
That's right, it stinks.
The Family Stallone is available now on Paramount Plus. If you want,
I think I might check it out, believe it or not.
I'm mad at this.
Why?
Because of the whole like divorce and then they got back together thing. Like I know that it was a part of this TV show.
You think so?
Really?
Yeah, you might be right.
They're taking a page out of the Kardashians.
Exactly.
The overly cynical, Nick.
I'm cynical, Sly.
I understand, man.
The daughters are hot.
Of course.
By the way.
They came out of my pee-pee.
Wait.
That's not how that works.
Is that why?
Well, part of them did.
Yeah, that's how it starts.
I produced the baby batter.
Yeah. Wow. All right. So we'll have to see how this is.
It's so funny to think of the progression. Now, you could see, obviously, early Sly in him now, but you know, these changes take place over time, and he's a good-looking guy.
Well, he's had work done.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys watch any of Tulsa King yet?
I have not.
Okay. It's not bad.
I'm in it.
Yeah, you're in it.
Nah, I hear it stinks. No, I
enjoyed it.
I hear it's okay.
I'm enjoying it, I should say.
But the real thing is that's a holy grail for this show. We've had, Apollo Creed. We had, who else have we had? We had John Alvinson, who directed Rocky. All of them. And,
Marissa had a really
we had
great
Talia Shire on.
Marissa and Burt Young. That was that.
Yeah.
I think I had 35 seconds of talking to him.
We spoke to Sly several years ago.
Did we?
Oh, yeah.
On the phone.
Yeah, on the phone. It was at Y100, and it was cool. It was a nice conversation with him. But
it's quick.
Love to get him for a sit down. That'd be wonderful. I doubt we've had Frank on many times. But someday, Sly will sit down next to us and have a conversation. All right, but listen, we have somebody else to talk to right now. And they just so happen to be the coolest teacher of the year at Northern Burlington High School. Please welcome, you voted for her, Miss Melissa Murphy. Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning.
Oh, you sound happy today.
I am. It was an awesome surprise to wake up to.
Oh, that's excellent. So, yes, you're a special education teacher?
Yes, yep. 18
And
years.
how long have you been in teaching all together?
I started at Northern, and I'm still here 18 years later.
Oh,
Wow, that's very cool.
good for you. That's phenomenal. And where are you from? Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Pennsauken, and I live in Barrington now.
Excellent. And
Born and raised.
and teaching always something that you wanted to do?
Yes, yep. I've always wanted to be a special ed teacher since I was younger, and I wouldn't want to do anything else. It's great every day.
Teaching in and of itself is a noble profession, but special ed, I think, takes a special kind of person, and it's wonderful that you do that.
Oh, thank you.
And what do you think the reason the votes came in for you? Why? What makes you a cool teacher, Melissa?
Well, I mean, the kids make it easy, but I teach, I coach Special Olympics, I do social clubs. So I try to keep the kids busy both in the school and out of the school, and give them a lot of opportunities.
Well, let me ask you: Did you do any campaigning, or was this completely organic?
It was completely organic.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
That's awesome.
That's a real victory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
What about you yourself? Do you have any kids?
I do. I have twins. I have twin 11-year-olds.
Oh, wow. Okay. And did they go to Burlington and Northern Burlington as well?
No, they don't. They go down in.
Well, they're not in high school yet.
Yeah.
So, but are they in the same district?
No, they're in a different district.
Okay.
Okay. So they'll never have mom as a teacher at any point.
Yeah,
All right.
no. That would be COVID homeschooling was enough.
Gotcha.
You done with that?
Well, listen, this is a little nod to your to the entire teaching profession, really, and it's just a way to acknowledge people here and there who've done a great job and made a difference in people's lives, and you're doing great work. So we just want to say congratulations, Melissa. We're going to give you the Coolest Teacher of the Year coffee mug,
Nice.
and a $50 gift card for Five Below as a little congratulations. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You bet. All right, let's hear it for Melissa Murphy. Coolest Teacher of the Year at Northern Burlington High School, special education teacher. And we now have Sally in Wilmington, right?
Yep, Sally's.
Salisanum.
Salesianum.
Salesianum. I'm glad. Yeah, Saloozy Boozy.
Reality show.
All right, so it's up for you guys to vote now, and it's real easy to do. You just text the word teacher to 39333, and we're going to send you a link. All right, teacher 39333. Send that over. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We got guests and a lot of stuff to get to today, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Teachers yesterday, I'm going to bring it back to this. They were like, it was so enlightening to hear you guys talk about a female-based product, the menstrual cup, and not fart jokes and porn.
Here we
But
are.
we're back.
And we just did it all.
Don't worry.
We did it all.
Absolutely.
Hey, this might be the perfect opportunity. All right, Marissa, I sent you guys this instructional video.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday. Did you watch it?
I heard you watching it in the office, and I could hear it, and I'm like, what? It's got to be some sort of sex toy or something.
So it's this bizarre product, and I sent it to all of you guys. And the subject line I used was instructional video. Please watch. Nobody got back to me. Like not one person responded to me, and I'm like,
yeah.
Did I offend Marissa and Kathy? Well, I know I didn't offend Kathy because she was in the same room. But
That's a terrible feeling when you send out something you think, oh my God, did I cross the line?
Right.
And I wanted to watch it, and you were making such a thing about it that I wanted to not be distracted, and I never got around to it.
Marissa even grabbed the audio from that, and I don't know if it's fully. If we can play it or not, but there are specific body parts. I don't think it talks about insertion or anything like that, but it is this quote-unquote massage piece of machinery that is one of the most involved-looking things I've ever seen. If it's indeed made for, it has to be.
Back here is the carburetor.
Oh my God,
it's complicated.
Oh,
It is.
yeah, and it is there for pleasure, right? You know, if you make it all the way through, okay, you know, because things go in things and other things go in other things, and
there are some things that and we've talked. I remember one time we did. I think we were doing an appearance at maybe Brisquet's store or whatever when it existed, and there were things in there I would have thought were actually involved in construction that were that. There's no way that is a sexual thing.
But Kath, when you were talking about sending things to people, and I have done that, I've sent things to you, and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. And then I go, oh wait, no, she has sent me the picture of that guy sitting on the on the side of his bed
with his giant
with his giant thing hanging out. I'm like, okay, I think I might be safe here.
I love when they will insert. They will have like a dignitary at some meeting, like a parliament, and they will insert that picture in one of the frames behind him.
Dude, the latest one, it was a COVID test.
Yep.
And I sent it to Kathy. I'm like, dude, I think I came back positive, and she's like, dude, I got this like 3 days ago.
I didn't say that. I sent you a screenshot of the text that Preston sent me
I had
that
already
said,
sent
I
it
think
to
I
her.
tested positive.
There was only one person I wanted to send that to, and that was Kathy. Yeah, listen, I bought Kathy for one of her birthdays, like a butthole polisher one time. Right?
Yeah,
I thought it was nice.
Right?
Yeah. So you can't cross the line with her.
No.
I don't think so.
No, there's. I don't. Yes, I don't get offended by anything. I don't think it's all funny, but I don't. Right. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I don't get offended if you get me a butt plug.
Like I've lost. I traded in, and I've always said this. I say of offensive things all the time. I do not have the right to get offended. You know, it's just it's my deal.
Right.
If I dish it out, I have to be able to take it.
Right.
But if Kathy ever wanted to like get us fired,
Oh my God!
Jesus. Oh yeah, there's so much ammo. It's not even.
I mean,
Then all you have to do
remotely
is
funny.
show the text from her on the phone.
Yeah.
You'll be reinstated.
I will also
my mind.
I will also think of the time that you put a Sharpie in my butt crack, and you don't remember that, but I do. I'm like, yes.
Did I draw on your butt?
No. I was like bent over, and my crack was showing, and you were like, bloop.
Wow. Okay.
Do we have it over the audio?
No, I don't. Are you editing it?
It might
Marissa?
have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's you don't need to. We don't need to hear all of it. It's just I want to give the tone of this guy that is doing the narration for it. That is actually the instruction. It's like he's being as serious as you can possibly be about it.
I love that.
And talking about this stuff that's just like
And
It's like these things, and we never play these fully, but
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
yeah.
yeah, there's a much longer piece of that. But I love and
What
the
is
other.
what is the exact product?
I don't
It's like
even
a pleasure
know.
device. It's something you buy for, and
It's
there's
got to be extremely expensive
Yeah,
because it's super
I
complicated.
was curious as to what the cost was, but it's for the front and the back and the underneath.
Simultaneously?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And
is
the
it
thing
like
that
a,
goes
is it
in the
like a
back-
Sibian?
The thing that goes in the back, no, it's like nothing you've ever seen before.
Is it a revolution in home entertainment?
Like I can't even explain it.
Okay, so remember when we were talking about packing a flounder before?
Yes,
Okay. So there's essentially this thing that packs a flounder for you, but it's there to stimulate things.
Oh.
So it,
Okay.
But it's just wild that, like, Press, you talk about the narration, but like somebody also had to animate this.
Yes,
like,
there's a professional animator with it too. Here, I'll play some of it.
Before using the Shinfly full coverage men's massager, all body parts in contact with the massager and the massager itself shall be fully cleaned.
music.
After assembling the massager, lock the rear massage bar in the initial position, adjust the front massage bar to the maximum angle away from the body, and tie the belt at the waist.
There's a belt.
Smear
Okay.
the orange lubricant on the anus and surround.
Whoa, you got to watch that one.
She missed that.
She missed that one.
That's okay.
I would say
The anus sensor. Yeah.
So
It is funny what we can and can't say because it's all technical terms.
it is.
You
but
know,
there are some. We get away with murder in so much.
And
that
the skin.
Yeah.
The surrounding skin of the perineum, thigh, inside, and all surfaces of massage head in contact with the skin uniformly.
Okay, that's all we're gonna play.
So initially when I saw the picture of it, I thought it was one of those office chairs that you sit in that doesn't have a back to it, but it's actually a device that you wear. You can wear standing up. There's a pin on it like a grenade.
I would need the instructions for this device. What the hell?
This,
happening?
you have seen nothing like this. I want to get one of these in the studio. Do they have a price?
No, but I'll bet you it's a few $1,000s. Look at this.
So
Wait, I'm sorry.
See that wraps around.
is that supposed to go over your Johnson?
There you go. And then it goes up and
There
down.
you go.
Watching the animation. But what I can't figure out is the seat part of it.
The seat looks like a ski boot.
It does. It looks like a ski boot.
So you sit on a ski boot.
Hey, without looking behind you, Steve, who do you think is in the studio now?
Bill?
Yes. He just came into the studio. He's shaking his head. He's
He
not
has
happy.
one of these.
It was his birthday on Sunday.
He came in to clarify.
he's going to let us know the price.
What do those things cost, Bill?
You should get one that instead of a motorcycle seat.
Bill, honestly, have you ever seen anything like this in your life?
You know, I'm in my office last night, long after you've gone.
Right.
I listened to the Kathy Menstrual Cup segment because I missed it live.
Right.
What'd you think? It's pretty straight ahead, right?
No,
There was look. It's like, well, I actually looked up. It's been so long since we've talked about FCC and the liability of obscenity and all of that stuff. It hasn't been in the conversation. I looked up the definition again, and I think you guys are dancing on that line because it has something to do with sexual or excretory activities and organs, which is what
There's nothing sexual about it. I mean, it's all
it deals with
biological, if anything.
It deals with a sexual organ.
Right. Yeah, like a Wurlitzer.
By my by Kathy's very apt description of what that does. Anyway, and you're doing this today. I'm like, I dumped the lubricant on the thing.
Yes, which we would
Okay, I
only.
got you.
Our agreement with you is always we'll swing for the fences and you excise what you think
Here.
is appropriate.
People are wondering what the name of it was. Again, I'll play the beginning. Just it says the name of this.
Before using the Shinfly full coverage men's massager,
Shinfly full coverage men's massager.
So I need to imagine because so much of this is written and appears to be in Mandarin, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely an Asian product, I believe. But it's got subtitles, which brings us full circle to the conversation we started.
Says great for dads and grads.
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right. So today's discussion just kind of brought me back to those good old days where we're really working the dump buttons. But
good.
Yeah. So
By the
maybe
way,
a
Bill,
Preston,
yes, go
a
ahead.
Preston and Steve logo in the merch shop, in the rock shop. We could make some money on this.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Slap it on there.
Again,
and you could be the narrator. Bill's a great narrator, by the way.
Yeah.
He does wonderful narration.
I get off.
Wait, hang on. Let me see.
All body parts in contact with the massager and the massager itself shall be fully cleaned.
I think you're better than this guy.
Yeah.
You'd be
I
perfect.
don't know what you want from me. Santa's got to go.
All right, I'm gonna go. Santa's got to go. All right, so you need to see this thing. You need to do a search on the. Hold on, what was the name of it?
I mean, it'd be easier to go out and get a girlfriend.
Yes,
By far.
Just putting this thing on, just all the straps and hooks and various things you need to put together to put this thing on your body is more work than going out and trying to get an actual relationship.
And what do you think? It's like, you're at the office. Can I come in? No!
Before using the Shinfly Full Coverage Men's Massager,
Shinfly Full Coverage Men's Massager. Marissa?
We're sharing it on all of our social media
Okay.
accounts,
All right.
so
You
can
got to
find the
see
link
this
there.
thing. There's nothing full-on graphic
No.
about
Everything
the
is,
animation, but I mean, it's
suggested.
It's certainly suggested, but I've never seen anything like this product before.
I mean, there has to come a point about 3 minutes into using it where you just feel like the lowest scum on earth.
Or you finally found the
euphoric.
greatest thing
Yeah.
that's been created by man.
Honey, I want a divorce.
Wow. Okay. All right. Eddie Vedder is heading out on the road tomorrow night in support of his new solo set, Earthling. Vedder kicks off a 9-date run at New York City's Beacon Theater, although he played a surprise show last night, right, Nick?
He did, yeah. He was in a place just outside of New York City, and the Earthlings were with him, and that's Chad Smith and Josh Klinghoffer and a few other guys. And so there's a whole bunch of songs that I've never heard of that he did last night. And then, tomorrow night at the Beacon Theater, and then Friday night at the Beacon Theater. And I will be attending Friday night show.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
While chatting with the New York Times, the Pearl Jam frontman recalled discussing his and the band's career with U2's Bono, who had very specific opinions and advice for Vedder.
What do you think about baloney?
He does.
I like it.
He recalled saying, I've had a conversation with Bono back in the day. He was suggesting that we needed to work harder and that you didn't want rock and roll to become a niche. And he said that when U2 makes a record, it's like they've got a racehorse and they don't want the horse to in the race. They want to win the race. And I said, we race the horse and then we let the horse run free. He said, I wasn't trying to be...
To be honest, I don't know what you're talking about.
He said, I wasn't trying to be clever. That was the truth. And he was frustrated with me.
Do me a favor and put this device on. I think you're going to enjoy it. What is it? This part here goes over your manhood. This thing that looks like a ski boot just behind your nutsack. Now do a deep knee bend. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I see what you mean. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
His voice gets even shakier. There you go.
Wow. That's unbelievable. Isn't that something? It's crazy.
You had to have heard our earlier discussion in order to understand exactly what we're referring to. But the video is now on our social media if you want to see.
And call this part the everlasting bum stopper.
Oh, my God. Hang on. I can't see the copy here.
And the video's back up again.
It's just such a clunky looking thing.
It is. There's no way to describe it.
Okay. No, you may not want to eat for this next segment that we're going to talk about.
Oh, man. Okay.
Kathy told us last night on a little phone call, and she prefaced this by saying, I want to share something with you guys. And she says, because we're family, and we can talk about it. All right. Thank you, Marissa. So we are a little over, tomorrow will be 1 week exactly that we are headed to the live broadcast at Keenan's Irish Pub. It's the official opening of the Jersey Shore. So with that, I think I will become the beachcomber.
The beachcomber!
Yeah. I've got several stories to pass along.
Hey, all you crazy cats and kittens. Time to head to the shore with the beachcomber. Biff that. I don't know what it means.
A couple of things to mention before we dive into some of these stories that I have that are beach centric. With our Keenan's live broadcast, one of the things we want to try to do, if there's enough interest, I don't know if we will or not, but I told you, I think they did it, I forgot what country it's in. Might have been in Norway or somewhere like that, but they did a seagull screeching contest.
Yeah.
And it was impressive. And my friend Lori does a spot on seagull scream, screech, whatever you want to call it. And she can't make it. I was going to have her do that. She's out of town or something that weekend.
We can do better.
I want to see if anyone is interested who's going to be there and who can do a spot-on seagull impression.
You know people can.
Because they're loud, they are annoying, and we'll be right there and amongst them. And so we want to see if we can pull that off.
Get us a couple of contestants and see who listens. Yeah. Make this a tradition. Yeah. Because part of the deal.
You can email us, let us know if you have interest, if you're going to be there, and you can do that, and then that'll determine whether or not we actually pull this off. Now, you can call right now. We can try it on the phone. I doubt we can hear it very well because usually phones kind of, when you start yelling, they make you, they have like a limiter on there.
Yeah, if you go to PrestonandSteve.com, there's a link right there about Keenan's and a link to enter and give us all your information so we can see it. Yeah, I got you.
How about that?
I didn't know that.
My daughter used to be able to do, a spot-on seagull, but like that was when she was a lot younger. I mean, at one point we were on the beach and she started like mimicking it.
Yeah.
And I had to turn around because I thought there was a seagull right next to me and it was her.
It's some will do the inhale.
Yeah.
Right?
It's in Belgium where this contest took place. And people will wear costumes and stuff like that. You don't have to do that if you're going to be a part of it. But if you want to, that would be fantastic. So we'll have prizes in association with that as well. And another thing that I want to gauge the interest in is
we need to do this.
So it was in Australia. There's a tradition of something called doing a shoey.
Yeah.
And it's where you actually take your shoe off and you fill it up with beer and you drink it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, the boot in,
shoot the boot
in rugby.
Yeah.
So I would like to maybe start a tradition where we do a shoey or see if we can break a record for the most shoeys done in one spot.
I'm anticipating a rabid need to get to the shore this summer. I think for everything is sort of, I don't know, whatever it is. It's just a genuine, it's all been heading towards this moment. Last year was pretty good. I think this year there's just a deep desire to really access the beach and make summer really happen. So this is a world record we could break, Preston.
Yes.
Probably not, but go with it.
Yeah.
And the screeching seagull thing, that needs to happen.
Yeah, and I was looking at the extended forecast, and next week's weather looks pretty damn good.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Happy about that. As long as there's no rain, we're good to go. Hang on a second. I have Jean on the line. Hey, Jean, good morning.
Hi.
Hey, Jean, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Are you... Hang on, we have your song playing here. Jean, do you are you known for your seagull impression?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, let's get a little sample. I want to hear what you can do.
Okay.
Yes. She got the cadence perfectly.
Yes.
It's tough over the phone, too.
Yeah.
It is. I think we get a much better representation live. Are you going to be at our live broadcast?
No.
Oh, what a tease.
You could kill.
Yes.
I know.
You'd be our Tiger Woods.
Change your plans. Come and join us.
Maybe I can try.
All right. See what you can do. But thank you for doing that,
We'll have bread
Jean.
for you.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so for that particular
we need
contest,
to do that.
Yeah, we do. We need to throw bread at them.
Yes.
Right.
Some crackers, some bread, hot dogs.
Write that down. We have to remember.
Doritos.
Yeah. But what was I going to say? Oh, so we have a new client, Shift Outdoors, that's going to supply us with a prize for that contest. Dude,
okay.
This table that they're offering up, it's an amazing beach table.
Yep.
Describe it because it looks really cool. Case.
I mean, it is essentially like a picnic table, a round picnic table that is in a backpack that you bring down to the beach with you.
And it's collapsible, and then you use the weight of the sand to hold it down. It's not going anywhere.
That's awesome.
And so that's key. When you have an umbrella that is not going to go anywhere at the beach, it's key.
Might that entice some seagulls out there listening?
I don't know. Let's go to Daryl, see what he can do. Hey, Daryl, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning. Again, good morning to see you. All right, Daryl. Do me a favor.
Good morning to see you.
And give us a little bit of your seagull screech, please.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Yeah. He brought it on the bassier side.
That is the bassier side.
I love it.
I heard a different bird with
I did
Daryl.
too.
But not a seagull. What's that?
It's the male seagull.
A male seagull. Any idiot could tell you that.
Deeper voice.
Yeah. My bad.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, all right, Daryl, are you coming to the event? You going to Keenan's?
I'm going to try my best. I got to work up till 7 o'clock, supposedly, but I'm going to try to be sick a little early.
All right. Maybe we'll see you there, hopefully. All right. Thank you, Daryl. We appreciate it, bud.
rock.
All right. Thanks, bud. All right. So keep that in mind. We're going to try and pull that off if we can, if we get enough contestants for that. Next Friday, a week from tomorrow. But speaking of the beach and the shore, yes.
I want to do the twist.
I know. Automatically, you want to start moving. A new list has highlighted some of the best secret beaches in the United States. And Hawaii, Florida, California, and New Jersey have come out on top for this.
Okay, is my secret beach there?
No.
Okay.
No, your secret beach is not there. The ranking was published by Family Destinations Guide, and it found that the top spot is Awahua Beach, Hawaii, located on the Molokai Kalaupapa Peninsula.
Hey, man, I found a secret beach. Go there.
The ocean paradise is only accessible by a small commuter plane, which flies in from Oahu.
Ooh, that's very remote.
The trail leading to the beach is extremely steep and challenging with uneven surfaces. So it's tough to get to. That's why it makes it kind of a secret beach.
It's also a beautiful beach, too. That helps.
Yes. Two other Hawaiian beaches, Lanikai Beach and Ka'uapea Beach, trailed closely behind in the third and fourth spots, respectively.
Hawaii's just, the islands are all dotted with fantastic, unbelievably majestic, gorgeous, wonderful beaches.
It's amazing.
So I'll tell you what really has it, and I'm surprised it's because these aren't hidden beaches, but Bermuda has, I think, 2 of the world's top beaches, and that's a little closer than Hawaii.
Yes, definitely closer, but Hawaii is just—it's
amazing.
It's paradise. And I've been to other islands. I haven't toured around the world on islands, but it's by far it's the one I've gone back to a few times because I just can't see things getting much better than that. The second spot on the list went to Shell Key Preserve in Florida, and
remember these are hidden beaches.
Yes, and the fifth is in New Jersey. It's called Sedge Island.
Oh, where's that?
I do not know.
Anybody ever hear of it?
Nope.
Where it's located. So it's hidden. It's off the beaten path. Sedge Island, it says, unlike many other beaches in New Jersey, does not have a boardwalk or any commercial developments that can bring crowds. So that's why it's kind of off the beaten path.
South of Seaside Heights. So Seaside Heights, and then you go north from there, and that's Point Pleasant. But if you go south from Seaside Heights, it turns into this preserve, and that's where this beach that Preston is talking about is.
Okay. All right.
It's north of Barnegat.
So, there's in Diamond Beach, Casey.
Yeah.
The preserve down there. I know.
Yeah.
But it's closed during the season.
You can't during the summer season.
I'm not talking about your secret beach. I'm talking about the bird sanctuary.
The bird sanctuary. Yeah, there is a stretch of beach just south of Diamond Beach.
I love it.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite spots to go to.
It's
but
closed?
Yeah, they rope it off. You can't go there because it's an environmental area.
Yeah.
And during the off season, you can go check it out because there's some type of mating that takes place or something.
Can I recommend something? Buy a
trails.
turtle costume.
You can do that.
There are trails that you can hike in there, and I've done it.
Yeah.
But I guess it was off season that I did it.
No. You can do the trails.
The trails
you
are
can't
fine.
go on the beach.
My bad.
Now, so it's also a great place to get some conch shells. So if you need a little conch, Steve.
Yeah, Cy Young Kong.
Had a long conch.
Cy, bring me that Kong.
Yeah.
But Nick, the trails will bring you to.
She's the beachcomber's girlfriend.
Those trails will bring you to a beach, Nick, that is just south of the preserve that you can walk on. That technically you're not like it's a Coast Guard beach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not going to chase you off or anything like that. But and during the season you can go there.
I'd like that little stretch in between Wildwood and Cape May.
They're beautiful.
There's a marina there where you can have have a bite to eat. It's a really nice little sort of hidden spot.
Yep. But Casey, you have a hidden beach, and you don't want to.
No, it's fine.
Indicate where it is. No, keep it secret. It's all
I
right.
just told them where it was. That was
Oh,
my,
that's it?
my
Oh.
hidden beach. Yeah,
I did not know that.
There's something to be said for those little spots that are kind of never crowded or just a scant few people know of. Growing up on Long Island, there are parts of Fire Island that are less trafficked by the general population, and everyone had their little special areas. But I'm just thrilled that a Jersey beach has made this list with what are primarily. Well, you know what? There's an Alaskan beach on there as well, isn't there?
I don't know. It says California, Salt Creek Beach, and Wildcat Beach claimed the final 2 places in the top 10 ranking, coming in at number 8 and number 9. Let me see here. I don't know, Steve. It's from the Daily Mail, which is
I have the whole list.
They never have good
Preston,
lists.
I have the whole list right here if you need it. Yeah. So this is 10, and then above 10 is 11.
Oh, okay.
11?
Right.
Since when?
Let's see.
And here's the Alaskan one that Steve was talking about.
Oh, that's number 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 20?
Yeah. Lowell Point Beach.
I, by the way, am a beach where that's tropical, where you can enjoy that aspect is wonderful. But I also love a New England rustic, cliffside rock beach. I mean, that beach rocks. But when you went through your daughter, you did sort of a tour of those areas, correct?
In Acadia, the beaches are there's only one sand beach there. There's only one,
and it's natural too. Which
Those
is
are
weird.
those are from Shells, by the way.
Yeah.
So
It's called Sand Beach.
Yeah,
that's the name of it.
Everything else is all rocky, and yeah. So,
Well, would you like me to walk you out to your blanket?
but they're stunningly beautiful.
Wudgy bars.
Yeah.
Wudgy bar. I think I'm having a sunstroke.
So I like a variety of the types of beaches that you can come across. Just being near the water is fantastic.
Number 9 on this list is Dry Tortugas National Park, and that's so if you go to Key West, you got to get on a plane or a boat and then fly west from there. And Dry Tortugas is a national park. It was this fort in the Gulf of Mexico, but Tortugas, which Rocky means turtles.
Oh, I like turtles.
Yeah.
I like turtles.
You used to have turtles.
Yeah, I'm wearing zombie makeup, but I like turtles.
But it's a really cool national park. I've been there once, but you can camp there. So they'll drop you off. You have to bring in all your supplies, including your water and your food and whatever, but you can spend the night if you want.
You end up pooping in a box?
I'm sorry?
You end up pooping in a box?
If you choose to, I suppose.
Right.
I don't think you have to.
All right.
Okay.
There's a Pennsylvania beach on here.
Really?
Raccoon Creek State Park.
Raccoon Creek State Park.
The hell is that?
They're a Raccoon Creek crumb bum.
And that would not be on the ocean.
Yeah, it could not be.
Well, it doesn't say ocean. It just
Oh,
says
that's
beach.
right.
Yeah.
It's just a beach. You can have a lake beach.
Matt went on a bike ride up in the Reading area.
Your
and
husband?
My husband, Steve. Thank you for pointing that out. And he was telling me how great the beaches are right on the lakes right about around there.
Okay, so we're looking at a picture of it. It looks kind of like a rustic beach. You have obviously there's grass that comes right up to the quasi dirt sand.
It's almost to the West Virginia border in way western PA.
Okay.
So you got to get to Pittsburgh and then keep going west.
I find physically I need to get back to the water or get close to the water every now and then.
Yes.
It is, to me, there's, it's Ernest Hemingway writes about that sort of primordial need to get near water, you know?
Steve, do you ever get in the creek when you're on your hikes?
Yes. When I was my dog Chelsea, God rest her soul, would love to go into the creek. So I had special, the creek shoes, for the. Yes, I love them. And there's actually along the Wissahickon, there are a couple of spots where you can go in, and it's actually waist high. You can sort of paddle around a bit. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I have those. Oh God, they're like Merrill, like they're aqua shoes essentially, but they're for hiking. They suck. I mean,
in the water, it's just to keep you from stepping on like jagged rocks.
Yeah, but that doesn't do anything to prevent pebbles from getting underneath Bam Bam. Yeah, underneath in your foot, and it's a colossal pain in the ass.
Mine do. So yeah, I'll show you what I have. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to Dave. He wants to point something out to us. Hi, Dave. Morning.
Morning. Hold on. Let me take the speaker. Sorry.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so my in-laws used to have a place in the garden section of Ocean City, Jersey. So it's it's the last street going north by the Long Bridge, Newcastle Road Drive. It's it's right where the inlet meets the ocean. Beautiful beach. It's one of the biggest beaches, widest, unguarded. you're cool, you can take your coolers out there and drink and take your dogs in the morning, but they like to keep it secret. But I'm in the middle of a divorce, and they sold the house. I don't mind.
So you don't care now. You're going to tip your hand.
Yeah.
So that's how the divorce is going.
You know, Dave, I've been there. As a matter of fact, Pat Croce has a house like right around that, or did have a house right around that area. The only problem with that part of the of Ocean City is the greenheads can be out of control. Out of control.
I hate those effing things.
Yep.
You want the wind coming off the land the day you go out there, that's for sure.
Yep.
So
I thought it was the other way. You want the wind coming off the ocean, not the land. The land brings in the greenheads.
Yep. Newcastle is right at the toll there, and it's beautiful. It's the ocean. The great Egg Harbor inlet turns into the bay and turns into the ocean. So if you go to the left, it's where the river is. So you take your kids, and it's no waves, and then 5-minute walk, but and it changes every day because it's almost like a peninsula. So when the storms come in, and that's the only part of Ocean City when Sandy hit, that was the only part of Ocean City that didn't flood because
that's wild.
Sandy. But it's a beautiful beach and no guards, and just be cool and have a good time.
Yeah, just be cool.
We're going to be cool.
Dave. What does Fonzie do? All right, thanks, Dave.
Put in one of those. Put your drink in one of those Wawa cups, and that's what you do to drink on the boardwalk up there.
There you go.
Jack and ginger, and you're drinking your ginger out of a big ass Wawa cup. Wawa cup.
All right, Dave. Be cool, man.
Be cool.
We'll talk to you, bud. See you later. All right.
Yeah, I've gone to that beach before. It's pretty cool. It's like right at the foot of the tolls.
Well, this is a perfect segue into my next beachcomber story. He mentioned being cool.
More stories from the Beachcomber.
Wildwood could soon approve a pair of laws that seek to keep alcohol off the boardwalk and beaches. I mean, completely. I'm not talking about open container. I'm talking about no alcohol. Last week, Wildwood's Board of Commissioners introduced 2 ordinances to deal with public drinking by updating municipal laws.
Don't they want to stop dancing, too?
I don't know if they're going that far. One proposed ordinance would prohibit the consumption, display, or possession of any alcoholic beverages on the entire beach and boardwalk, and this would apply to all types of containers, whether open or closed, except in designated bars and restaurants.
Let me ask.
Listen to this, though. Violators could face a fine up to $2,000 and potentially 90 days in jail, which are the maximum penalties for misdemeanors.
So you guys are now, Casey, you've been down at the beach for a number of seasons now. Preston, you have your place down there, and now many people have homes down there. Is this an issue on the beach of people getting overly drunk or rowdy?
No. I mean, if you recall a few years ago, people getting out of control Memorial Day weekend. But it's like amateur hour, and you get a whole bunch of like young people out there who are partying on the beach, which is a different than people just sitting around.
So Memorial Day, and I assume like 4th of July, right?
Well, 4th of July gets busy, but like I feel like in the last few years, the only like headline makers was Memorial Day weekend.
I'm just wondering how profound a problem it is, and if it needs this kind of control. Now I can see where bar owners would be thrilled with this, to keep them, people can't bring their stuff down to the beach, right? That's what it's.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't have bars where we're at.
Okay.
Wildwood Crest is dry, so people have. But I listen. People drink on the beach all day long, and I've never had an issue with it at all.
Not where I go either case.
Yeah.
But this is more focused in Wildwood.
Wildwood proper.
Yep.
Gets a little busier, dicier there, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. A second ordinance would follow in the footsteps of Ocean City and Sea Isle City, each of which revised local laws to deal with problems involving juveniles, and it would designate underage drinking, alcohol possession, and other offenses as breach of peace violations.
Okay.
Nick, you were asking about this the other day. That would give police the authority to arrest violators and potentially hold them until they're picked up by parents or legal guardians, depending on the offense.
Is this underage drinking then?
Yeah. So, that would be designated as breach of peace. Among the other violations noted in the breach of peace ordinance are loud noise and smoking in prohibited areas. The alcohol ordinance is an amendment to the current law banning open containers on the beach and boardwalk. So you can't have open containers. It's meant to eliminate arguments with police about whether a container is open or closed. So I have a feeling they will use some discretion. They're not going to really be targeting each and every incident that they see. But if you look underage, if you are getting out of control or whatever, and they come over and you at least have booze, they can hit you with that.
Did they mention anything about the open consumption of narcotics?
Well,
no.
Dude, these people, and they were like older, right? They were probably, I thought, probably in their 50s, late 40s, 50s. They were smoking, like they were in the next camp over from us, smoking a joint, passing it around the circle.
Right.
I was like, wow, that's bold.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because even like cigar smokers will, you're not supposed to smoke there. You're supposed to go to
There's a designated area?
Yeah.
All right.
And it was just so, I don't know, man. It's still, to me, like it's still shocking.
What if the principal catches you? Yeah, I know. It does seem weird when you walk along and people are being that cavalier about it.
Hang on. Rick is a former Wildwood cop. Wants to mention something here. Hi, Rick. Morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I was actually in North Wildwood, but same thing, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, just the way that what I get away from this is people that are being rowdy on the beach, it gives the cop like a tool to have in their back pocket. Like, hey, you're being rowdy. Oh, also you have beer, so now you're under arrest, or now you're getting a ticket.
There you go.
Okay.
That's what I figured. Like I said, you know, you're not going to go out and really target specifically that, but you have that to use in case there are people, they're getting out of hand, you walk over, they've got booze, you can go, look, you know, you're breaking the law. Yeah.
That's my takeaway. Who knows what they're actually going to do with it, but if I was in charge, which I'm not.
No, I think that makes sense if it's buying a little bit of latitude to give a little bit more ability to stop a situation that's getting out of hand. So if they don't go crazy like you're saying, Preston, maybe it'll work for the better.
I think it will. All right, thanks, Rick. Appreciate it, bud.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, there was. I was in Wildwood Crest, and they have these live music things at this park nearby us. And I went over to a cop, and I'm like, "Can I have a beer out here?" And he kind of looks at me. He's like, "Technically, no." But he's like, "But just as long as you're being cool,
don't be an idiot."
Yeah, he's like, "You didn't hear that from me, but no, we're not."
Wait a second, you're that radio guy.
But we're not busting people for drinking. We can.
Yeah.
And if you're getting out of control, we will.
Yeah.
Is essentially what they're saying.
All right.
So as long as you're responsible, everybody's cool.
You got in trouble
like
for
Mike was saying.
You're
earlier.
you got a still running on the beach.
Yeah. Then as long as you're cool about it, they'll be all right. Hey, I saw this. This is not technically beach related.
All right.
But I have to mention this because you can use this in the water and it's a toy. But I've never seen anything quite like it. It is a remote control alligator head.
Well,
Like
okay.
real?
I've
And
seen
it
this.
looks like an alligator is swimming in the water. It's
I've
just
seen it.
the head.
It's awesome.
It looks so much fun.
I think you would scare the living hell out of people because they have one Preston, that's a shark fin.
Yes.
I forgot about those.
So you can put this in the water and steer it around like a remote control boat, but it looks like a real life alligator head. Is that not awesome, Nick? We're looking at video of it right now of a guy out swimming.
God. It's
and
amazing.
You can use it for obviously pulling a prank on people, but supposedly you can use it to help keep unwanted critters away from your favorite place.
I wonder if you'd have set one of those in like a koi pond.
Yeah, if it would work.
Yeah.
In scaring away.
As basically like a scarecrow for
maybe.
predatory birds.
I love this thing. I don't know the product name of it.
It's on Amazon, clearly.
But you can punch in a remote controlled gator head.
Wow, it's only $60.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry. I'm going to get one for the pool.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
If you pull that out,
that's awesome.
Someone falls asleep on the like a float or something, send the head out after them.
So its actual intention, at least according to Amazon, is that it has reflective eyes for Canadian geese or Canada geese.
I thought so.
And blue heron control. So you put it out on a pond, Steve, if geese are a problem, and it'll scare them away. Or you can use it as a prank, which is much more fun.
And we're watching videos of people running away that they've pranked with it. But it's only $60. It's an alligator, remote controlled alligator head. Should you be interested in something
have
like
that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, but that's it. That's we got to shut down the beach. Sorry, gang. All right, come in.
Oh, man,
I need
you're
a
like a
whistle.
cop.
Yep.
Everyone back to the shore.
What was that, Casey?
I'm sorry.
Be cool, honey bunny. Be cool.
All right. All right, listen, I want to take a break and come back in a moment because we've got some bizarre file stories that we would love to share with you. We got some guests coming up as well. We also have a blood drive on the way.
WMMR.
I've heard a lot of people rave about it. I'm proud of you. I think that's like a step in the right direction.
Yeah. I didn't even know they still existed. I thought that this was a thing from years ago. Now, listen, I don't know nothing about menstrual sickness and all that. But it seems antiquated to me.
Well, so I think it's becoming a little more popular because they're saying that there's benefits to it. It's safer than wearing a tampon. It holds more, so you can go throughout the day, without having to change it. It's better for the environment, things like that.
Okay, so when you're saying it holds more, are we talking like a quart or what?
Well, Steve, I haven't used it yet, so I don't know, and that's part of my issue. I wanted to. I'm hoping that Mother Nature, the flow, kind of goes along, and I get it on the weekend because I'd love to try it, not having to come to work.
Well, isn't that a big? Well, you had mentioned in passing last night that was one of the things they mentioned. Don't take your first cup out for a spin while you're going into work.
Yeah, so apparently, yeah. So I'm on a group text with my girlfriends, and
the cuppers.
I think that 3 out of the 3 out of the 5 of us use it, and they were like raving about it. Go for it. No, you have to. Here's the one I use. Here's the one I use. There's different options out there. And so
do they have Yetis?
So me and the one girl who don't use it, we were like, okay, well, give us the what should we do? And the suggestions were, don't try to take it out the first time, at least, or until you get used to it, anywhere but your own home and possibly even the shower.
Not at the mall.
Right. Well, that's what I'm worried about. I'm like,
not on all white Wednesdays.
Well, and so my other all white Wednesday. My other issue is, how much does it hold? Because
again, as Preston said, we don't know, nothing about this. And I too thought it was something like an antiquated, turn of the last century sort of thing. But so I do understand that it's probably very safe. The purpose is will it stop any flow? Will it?
Well, yes.
So it basically dams it up, correct?
Yeah, it holds it. So when you take it out, it's still there, and you have to clean your cup and stuff like that. But
I never see. You don't see ads for these.
No.
You know what I mean? Like tampon commercials are a regular thing.
The cup might be too much for like a television commercial.
I know why we were talking about this. I had a bizarre file story of a guy who was drinking tequila out of it. He thought it was a shot glass. And it was a menstrual cup, and his girlfriend or wife had posted it online, and that's how we got talking about it.
Okay, so I don't know, Kathy, listen, we don't know nothing about menstrual cycles here, but how many pints will you, on a heavy flow day?
How many pints?
How many gallons?
I'm not measuring them.
Okay.
Case, I don't know. That's the problem, because these menstrual cups they're not huge.
No.
So, I mean, I'm guessing they're made for to hold the average woman's.
Okay, so in the demonstration we're looking at here, Kathy, the woman dips a tampon down into some, which we assume is actual.
I don't think it's
actual blood.
I think it's probably water.
It obviously then it becomes larger, and so it basically serves as a plug.
I mean,
you would do this every. For how many days during your normal cycle?
Like the tampons,
like 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Excuse me, it depends.
And do you pour that into a larger jug that you keep by the front door?
But it's so...
It's like my belly button lint collection.
Ew.
I haven't started.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Please talk.
The other thing is, and I've watched videos, and not graphic videos, like the videos that we're watching here, of how to put it in place.
Right. Mm-hmm. And how many guys do you need to have?
I know.
I mean,
might
honestly...
have my mom come over and help.
For the video that we're watching, it's not... They don't have to use a blood red liquid. They could use like a blue liquid.
Well, I think they're trying to be accurate.
We don't need blue. Just so you know.
Yeah. No, you're thinking of the Smurf cup.
But like when they do like diaper commercials, they don't like use brown water. They use a blue water.
It's a little icky for Casey seeing the red.
Do you know what brand you're going to go for, Kath?
Well, so here's the thing. I purchased one. I just went to Target and I purchased the one at Target. It's called like a Himalayan salt menstrual cup. However, my girlfriend uses a site called Lola, and this is sort of like environmentally safe, chemical-free type of products for women. So I may order one from here, Nick, and try this one.
Lola.
Because here's the thing: there's different ones, and the one from Target has like
Lola.
Because what I've also heard is it can you might have to like dig around a little to get it out.
Bad choice of words.
Well, somebody texted in, and by the way, we're getting a lot of positive response from women listeners.
Yes.
Male listeners,
not so much.
Not as much.
I don't think we understand it. But
so there, one of the female listeners recommended, Kathy, that there's one with a longer tip at the bottom of
So
it.
that's what I was worried about. That's going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah. Also, Casey, there's a great documentary that you should watch. It's called Period, End of Sentence.
I feel like I watched it, or no, it won a bunch of, I was going to say Grammys, Oscars and stuff, right?
Yeah, and I believe one of the producers is local.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's about something that happens to half of the population on the planet.
Yeah.
And so it really just dives into.
I might want to watch it. Period, end of story?
Period, end of sentence.
Period, end of sentence.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of the sequel?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like. I read this book about this gentleman. No, I know, but this guy tried to live an Orthodox Jewish lifestyle for an entire year. He is Jewish, but he's not Orthodox, and so one of the traditions of Orthodox Jews is that when their spouse is on her period, they don't touch them.
Right,
and so for the longest time they thought that it was a like kind of the sexist sort of like, oh, gross, get away from me. And it was more, what he found out was more of like a mourning, the loss of the possibility of having a child.
Okay.
So when you are shedding, yeah.
I
really
don't judge. I find that very interesting. In this case, to me, it would seem, because I know there have been issues with stuff like tampons and things of that
Toxic
nature,
shock.
where toxic shock and all those sort of situations.
Although
this would seem to be, to me, it actually would seem fairly easy. I was watching the demo video. She sort of rolls it up, and which allows for you to place it where it needs to be. And then once you let go of it, it expands to what you need it to be.
Right. I'm still worried about putting it in place.
No. By the way, so do they have different sizes of them? Do you know?
Well, so I didn't know this.
You said you're using the Joe Namath brand.
No, stop it. God, jeez, Steve.
Where did you come up with that?
Hi, I'm Joe Namath. I'm not a woman, and I don't even pretend I know what goes on down there.
Preston, I think there are sizes. I'm looking now here. It says mini, size 1, and size 2, and then you can click the size.
So for the ad campaign, this would be for the regular size.
Yeah, a couple.
And the mini would be
couple.
There you go.
Oh, it actually
a couplet.
It actually goes by the sizes are based on your age, because I guess your flow changes as you age. So if you're 30 or older, so that wouldn't be me. That's a size 2.
Oh, so
under 30 is size 1, and then the mini are for first time users.
We're watching the again. Couple. So this seems. So, Kathy, the little nubby at the end that one would use to extract would seem to be about kind of the similar purpose of the string.
Right. So what you're looking at right now, that's similar to what my friend uses, but the one that I got from Target, the little nubby is kind of long. So that's why I don't know if it's comfortable.
To paint the picture, gentlemen, if I will. The cup itself looks like the front end of a World War II bomb that you would see dropped.
Right.
In
exactly.
An old video footage of World War II. So anyhow, but it's also got a little spire that sticks out from it.
Sort of an extended nipple.
A little handle, a little extended nipple, like a very lengthy nipple, if you will.
Right.
And that is what, now we're looking at some that actually have a ring on them. I guess these are reusable ones, Kathy.
Oh,
those
are
party ones.
No, they're reusable. You wash them.
Which is why it's environmentally better. Okay.
And it seems to be of a very malleable polyurethane sort of thing. I do see the merit in this on one level. I think it might be a way I would go. So let me ask you one thing, and again, not to be and then
no, at this point, go ahead.
She's showing to me that they do have the Joe Namath brand on Amazon. That with the tampon, you are also sort of cleaning the area when you extract. Can you extract this?
Oh, wait, what do you mean? Like cleaning, as in you think taking the tampon out is cleaning?
It does it?
Cotton swab.
Okay,
No.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, because
I
lot
only
of
wipe my butt.
No, think about it. It's like it's saturated, so
Right.
not so much.
No,
You're not
okay.
really
All right, that
cleaning
makes sense.
anything.
I was just curious if that served a purpose that I was unaware of.
On this cup, to describe that little tip again, if you were a guy and you have one of these hands, you would take your finger and flick it and go, and make that noise.
Now I know you're okay.
Or
I have to say, Kathy, I think this actually, as Nick started again, and I agreed with his perception, this seemed like something you'd be opposed to. Now that I hear it explained, it seems actually more cleanly.
Right?
Just the extraction process seems like it would be difficult because you're talking about something that's not plugged, it's not saturated into something. It's in a cup.
Exactly.
And you got to pull that cup out, and there could be spillage.
It's like playing a game of Operation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
But
like that.
will your nose light up if you hit the edges of your...
But you want to do it in the shower, right, Kat?
I think
in the shower, of course.
I think the shower is a good idea.
You
Now-
wouldn't do it while standing on the console here in the studio,
I
right?
mean, no, I think I'm not going to go that far.
But if you were at work and you didn't obviously have the shower, would you then have two cups, like take one out, put the other one in? Because listen, I don't know how these things work, but like if you took it out and then you had to like clean it in the sink,
right?
You couldn't do that because you're still
I think
expelling
also
things,
the
right?
point,
true.
But I think
Or-
also the point of this is you can go much longer than a tampon. So you're not going. You can go to work for the day and then come home and change.
And if you have three of them at work, you could set up like a little 3-card Monte game with a little ball underneath one of the cups. Ooh, watch the ball. Which one has the ball?
Two more and you have a flight.
That too. Yeah.
I'll have a flight of menstrual fluid. Hey, Kathy, what does an ablation do? Because I hear like some women after having babies will have an ablation to help with the flow.
Jerry Lewis invented that, right?
Case, I'm not exactly sure, but my guess is that it helps with because your flow gets heavier.
Okay.
I think a lot of times as you age.
All right. Calls from ladies who either approve or disapprove.
I want to hear.
Let's go to Rebecca. First of all, hi, Rebecca. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, that was well done, Rebecca.
Hey, Rebecca, what's up?
So I have been a cup wearer for many years. I actually started with the disposable soft cups, which are really easy to use, and you can actually wear them during sex.
All right, so let me just ask again, as a completely ignorant to this. So they make them in both disposable and reusable.
Yeah, so the disposable ones I just kind of wanted to start out with to try them out, but they do also work for 12 hours, so like you get that long-term use out of them.
Okay.
Versus a tampon, you know?
Yeah. And you prefer it?
I absolutely do. So it's super easy to use. There is, so the new one that I use, the Diva Cup, there is like a suction that forms to prevent it from leaking. So I typically change in the shower.
Now,
you have to,
am I reading correctly that it says here on what you were going to comment on that you can have sex while you have it in?
absolutely. So there's another one that I got. I haven't tried yet, but it's similar to the soft cup. It doesn't have that little nub. So it's kind of more like a saucer, and it does not leak when you're having sex, and it doesn't poke anything that's poking in you.
Okay, and again, we're trying to slalom this because listen, there is so much.
Thank you, Rebecca.
We get away with as guys with not having to operate all this additional plumbing and concern and so on and so forth. So I would endeavor in every way to make it easier to to use. So
Listen.
I completely. My heart and my accolades go to anyone who is attempting to juggle that kind of stuff.
Rochelle has had difficulty with it her entire life.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so it's not easy for her.
No.
Every single time.
Yeah.
So she's got some above and beyond issues.
And it can be
it's very tough. And I feel horrible for her every time that it happens. And it's just she's been going to doctors for years to try and figure out what's wrong.
Yeah.
And they can't figure it out.
And you know that here no pun is like the clock is ticking to your next encounter with it, and
it's coming no matter what.
Yeah.
So my friend who uses it just texted me, and she said, "No way, I would not have sex with it."
Well, I guess she said there's a different kind that's like a saucer. So
what does it say as far as the under the Joe Namath specs there?
But wait, I read about putting it in place, but there's also you can read about removing it, and the first step is wash your hands. The second step is relax.
Okay.
It's a picture of Joe Namath holding a football guard bracelet with my cup, go deep.
Yeah, a couple. Hi, I'm Broadway Joe. Oh, my God. Do the bizarre call. I want to mention this. We had earlier this morning our first coolest teacher of the year calling this morning, special education teacher from Northern Burlington High School, Melissa Murphy. And she was really happy to receive the award and all that. And Nick found out after doing a little bit of digging, and this is terrible news, and I understand why she didn't mention anything about it, but her husband passed away just like 2 months ago, 2 or 3 months ago. And she's got kids. And so there is a GoFundMe account. And apparently he was, the husband was, 49 years old, and it just happened suddenly. He had a heart attack.
That's horrible.
Horrible. So if you'd like to help her out, there is a GoFund available, and you can just search on Melissa Murphy, I assume. I don't really know.
It's called Support for the Murphy Family, and they've done a great job at raising a lot of money thus far, but I'm sure they could always use more. And the note that I got said that her winning this was a really nice bright spot because she's had a few difficult months. They have twins together.
Yes.
So I'm glappy. That's glad and happy.
Yes. And it's a perfectly suitable word. Glappy is something we should all strive for.
I thank you so much for that.
Yeah, glappy. And if you're glappy, clap your hands.
God, Nick took the bullet for us today because we're all going to screw up crazy. Yeah.
Oh, my God, yes.
But glappy, no. Glappy works. It's now a word.
Glappy. Well, you're welcome.
I'm so glappy
for a new word
to hear that. And
if you're glappy and you know it, clap your hands.
Yes.
If you're glappy and you know it, clap your hands.
Clap your hands.
If you're glappy and you know.
So, anyhow.
She's happy.
Yes.
And you have some
happy.
good news. And now she's glappy as well.
I hope she's laughing.
I hope so, too, because I'm an idiot.
All right, so if you can help, that'd be great.
We'll have the link on Preston Steve in just a few minutes.
Excellent.
And then that leads me to mentioning that Salesianum High School in Wilmington, Delaware is up now for voting. And you can text the word teacher to 39333. If you are a student there and you want to make a teacher glappy about what they do, you can vote for them.
For us, we will understand. Again, we at some point are going to have to create the Preston and Steve Show dictionary.
I agree.
Because we're creating our own language.
Because really, I mean, you did us all a favor because had is not as funny as glappy.
No, I agree. All right, B-File time.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Coors Light. Join us, the Preston and Steve Show, live from Keenan's in North Wildwood, Friday, May 26th for the official opening of the Jersey Shore. You can be there starting at 6 a.m. It's brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill down the shore. We were just talking about the alligator, remote-controlled alligator head.
Which is perfect.
There are plenty of gators in Alabama, but how about some enjoying a day at the beach? One such unlikely critter was spotted, listen to this, riding the waves recently.
Is that right?
On Dauphin Island, bobbing calmly near the human beachgoers, sunbathing and waiting. Matt Harville came across the lengthy gator while at the beach taking pregnancy announcement photos with his girlfriend. And he said the reptile seemed to be enjoying the sun and gently breaking waves, attracting several beachgoers to get a closer look.
And they interviewed at Preston.
Dude, you get the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in and you just get spit right out of them. And you just drop in and just smack the lip.
He
drop
said
down, snap,
it didn't hiss.
And then after that, you just drop in, just ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted like that.
Charge or open his mouth at all. And it seemed like it was kind of speculating and seeing what was going on. Harville snapped photos and videos of the gators, show family and friends, and alligators are found throughout Alabama in saltwater bayous and estuaries.
Did not realize they'd go down to the beach.
I did not either. In Ohio, officials have arrested a 26-year-old woman who allegedly defecated on a church altar over the weekend. On Saturday, Laura Menard entered the Good Samaritan Hospital Chapel in Cincinnati and allegedly defecated on the altar, then reportedly wiped her ass with a cloth runner.
Wow, holy crap.
Yeah, Menard allegedly spread feces on the altar table using a picture that she found in the chapel.
So was this some sort of act of defiance, or is she just a complete slob?
Officials did not disclose a motive. Menard faces a charge of desecration. And she is set to appear in court on May 25th.
I'm going to want to hear the reasoning behind this. Because the altar's up high. Yeah, probably a little titched.
Well, okay, hang on a second. Is the altar the table on the stage, or is the altar
I'm assuming
the stage?
That's the dais. So I don't know. We could talk about this for a while. But
I'm sure there's a huge book about pooping in churches.
A mom born with 2 uteruses has welcomed twins, conceiving one baby through IVF and one uterus, and the other baby naturally in her other uterus.
That's crazy.
Madeline Kaklakas and her husband welcomed their miracle twin boys, Cole and Nate, following 10 rounds of fertility treatment over 3 years. Medics described Madeline's case as 1 in 50 million due to the fact they were both conceived using different methods and were each developed in a different uterus. Madeline, who is from Melbourne, Australia, discovered that she has a rare congenital condition called uterine didelifts.
I'm sorry.
I think.
That sounds like some bizarre exercise. Just did a couple of uterine didelifts.
Didelfies.
Didelfies are
Maybe
great.
that's it.
With
I
a
don't know.
hamburger.
Or
Need more
didelfies.
didel fries, please.
Yeah.
I just did my didelifts.
Where a woman is born with 2 uteruses, and she and her husband began trying for a baby in 2020. They didn't have success. Everything, they were never going to fall pregnant.
I've never heard of the 2 uterus thing. And never.
Madeline and John were shocked, but totally over the moon to learn that they were actually expecting 2 miracle babies. She said it was at the 10-week scan that Madeline learned she was expecting twins with a second spontaneous baby in her second uterus. She said, John and I looked at each other in total disbelief. We also realized that we had been conceived at different times in different ways. One twin was conceived through IVF and the other was naturally. As the pregnancy was classified as high risk, she was under constant monitoring and was offered a planned C-section as her condition made a natural delivery impossible.
I just wonder, how close in time they could conceive. Do you know what I mean? Because, if you conceived,
you got to have a stopwatch.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, so if you have 2 uteri,
yeah,
then does that mean you have 2 different menstrual cycles?
That's what I was wondering, because it's the shedding of the uterine lining, correct?
Right.
But it also has to do with ovulating. So it's how many egg thingies you have. Egg holders.
Egg. Marissa's our gynecologist.
Yeah.
Ovaries?
Ovaries, thank you. I only have one.
You have a problem with your egg thingies in your cooter hole.
The egg holders.
Doctor, I'm not sure. Can I see your diploma? Your fuzzy hole there has eggy things. And I'm not sure. Nurse, is there any documentation?
Your fuzzy hole. 2 egg
thingies in the above the pee-pee nozzle.
Pee-pee nozzle?
Is this guy a doctor?
And I don't understand Latin.
Well, you're a doctor, so we'll just take your word for it. Madeline gave birth to her twins February 20th at 34 weeks. She says she was petrified, but her husband kept her calm. We only had 10 minutes before they were taken to special care, she said. And after 17 days in the hospital, Cole and Nate were discharged and able to go home with their parents, and they're very glappy about that. A 350-pound black bear relaxing in a tree in a Traverse City neighborhood was shot with 4 tranquilizers before it fell asleep and eventually fell out of the tree as dozens looked on. And one of the neighbors, Annette Anderson, said, it's like the best block party ever.
Oh, my God. Not having a lot of things going on over there, are they?
God.
Oh, my God. I'm so glappy.
Wildlife experts...
I was just kind of hanging out. Actually, I was a little depressed, and then all of a sudden, here I am completely glappy.
Wildlife experts responded to a morning call about a bear in a tree on Sunday. The saga went on for hours as a crowd gathered to watch. They fired tranquilizer darts into his butt, and then
Don't get your lawn chairs. There's a bear in a tree.
And slept on a thick limb before falling to the ground. And Ashley Walter had pulled mattresses out of her home to cushion the landing.
Oh, that's cute.
Steve Griffith, the wildlife biologist, said they're a tough animal. Obviously, they're in trees all the time, and they do have accidents in the wild.
Yo, thanks to the mattresses, man. That was great.
He said they could take a pretty good fall. The bear's vitals were checked before it was transferred to a bear trap. And next, it'll be transported about 50, 60 miles away and released into a wooded area.
Is that real?
Yeah.
And the bear is in mid-fall and looks like an angel bear hovering over the crowd.
It looks like somebody in a bear suit.
Yeah.
Jumping from a tree. We have picture of it.
I'm so glappy.
Yeah. All right, that's the last story in the bizarre file. We need to take a break, and we're going to do that right now. We'll come back in a moment. Rob Cantrell is here.
Excellent.
So we'll spend some time with him in the studio. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Is your phone
Good morning, Kelly. What's up?
I love this conversation so much. I've been encouraging my friends to switch for months now.
Okay, and are you being met with deaf ears, or are they opening up about it?
So I think they have the same concerns as Cappy with, inserting, removing, and then how much it holds, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's so much better than tampons.
Well,
many people say
it does
that,
make sense.
And once you go to it, you're never going to go back. Like when people who switch, they are committed to it.
Kelly, how long ago did you make the switch?
So I'm actually pretty new to it. I just switched over the summer.
Oh, okay.
And I'm actually pregnant now, so it's not like I need it.
Oh, so you don't need it right now.
Can I ask you also, so in the course of an average day, and Kathy, please feel free to chime in, I should say, how often would one normally replace a tampon during the course of a day?
Oh my God.
And Kelly, yeah, depending on, I assume, what you're used to emitting.
And which day.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would say at least 5 to 6.
So
right?
5 to 6. So you could get away with this for like 12 hours?
That's what they
Oh,
say.
yeah. I only use it 2 to 3. I probably switch it out 2 to 3 times a day.
Oh, I'd be in. I'd be in.
That would be
to avoid doing that 5-6 times a day to just doing one shot.
Oh my God! Yeah,
totally.
And Kelly,
I'm going to do it now.
Yeah.
Kelly, when you remove it, you wash it and then put the same one back in?
Yeah. So I just rinse it out. You boil it. You're supposed to boil it once.
Stick them in a stew.
Cycle. So it's usually
Once during
exactly.
a cycle. Okay. Nice. And Kathy, we can buy you these as gifts and stuff, like different colors and things like that.
We can get you one that says "World's Best Boss."
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to get a menstrual cup in the mail now.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my God.
Listen, we have loads of people on the line that want to talk about this. But we have to take a break. Can I go to one more?
Yeah,
I would like.
Okay.
Yeah, we
All right,
need to
let me go to
revisit
Rachel.
this.
Hi, Rachel. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Rach?
Using the cup, Gadzooks. I've been using the cup for a while. I'm on my third one.
Okay.
You're supposed to throw them out about every 2 years, or a little less. But, there's a measuring tool on the inside. So, Kathy, you could actually measure how much you are letting go.
Okay.
Got it.
Oh, okay. So as you pull it out, it's got little notches on the side of it that tells you how much. Okay.
On the inside, it actually says quarter ounce, half ounce.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So it's
like a jigger. It's
exactly. Yeah. On the rocks, please.
Right.
I'm a big fan. Good luck. I love it.
All right, Rachel.
Thank you,
Thanks for the
Rachel.
heads up.
That's what I mean. Anybody who uses them, that's what they say. Like you're never going to go back once
Listen,
you get it down.
Reducing the amount of times you have to swap it out.
Yep.
It appears to be less detrimental to the environment. Also, it appears to be just in general more hygienic.
Nick, did you see any negatives on the text board? Because I didn't see any, and I didn't see any negative calls either.
No, I mean just people who are eating their breakfast.
Well, yeah, I mean that's yes,
right.
Yeah,
of course.
But I'd say for half the audience, this is a really relatable topic.
All right.
Most definitely.
Nice.
Okay, and those of us who are married are probably concerned about our ladies as well about that whole thing. So,
yes.
I would like to applaud Kathy Romano for being so forthcoming.
No pun intended.
No pun intended with her personal life.
I will let you know how it goes.
Please keep us updated. Let's start posting your flow chart.
Okay.
And let's add Joe Namath and see if you can get an endorsement.
Yeah. Sometimes when I play golf, I will get something stuck in my head. Either it's a song or something somebody said, and because you're spending a lot of time, walking, and your mind is free to just think, and these things pop in my head, and they will play for 4 hours over in my head. Yesterday, I had the weirdest one.
Yeah.
And it made me realize that I think I would have been a good husband to Kathy.
To Kathy?
No, you would not have.
I'll explain.
All right.
So all that was going through my head yesterday was, Baba Ganoush! Say it, Kathleen.
Baba Ganoush!
And what I realized is that's how she calls our wolf, Boltar, by screaming Baba Ganoush. But I realized that I actually like the sound of Kathy's voice when she's yelling at you.
Really?
Hence, I would have made a good husband.
I have not developed
to
that like
Kathy
yet.
Romano. I know.
Yeah. That doesn't mean you would be a good husband. That means that you would just enjoy a lot of the anger.
Yeah, which means I'd be a good husband.
Yeah,
You're angry most of the time. So, no, but I realized I like the sound of her voice when she gets mad or when she starts yelling at something. And I know some.
You find it amusing.
I do.
Though to be in close proximity to it constantly would not be as enjoyable.
I see some of the text sometime that it drives people crazy when Kathy gets all fired up about something. I like it. I mean, I think just the sound of her voice, whatever it is, the resonance of your voice when you yell.
Here's the difference, though.
I like it.
You hop in your car and you go home.
I go home. I don't have to live with it.
Right.
Trust me.
So you're like, wow, that seems great.
Yeah.
That's I just.
What does that
it's like
mean,
people,
Steve?
With my wife, they say you must laugh and laugh and laugh all the time.
Right.
You know, and then say, yeah, I laugh and laugh all the time.
But I find it entertaining when Kathy gets fired up and starts yelling about something. And I've realized it's the actual sound of her voice, not necessarily what she's saying.
Let's cut to the real chase here.
Yeah.
Marissa or Kathy, if you had to marry one.
Marry one?
And as you said, you could, be in close proximity.
Yeah.
Which one?
I love the tones of your yelling voice, Kathy, but I would marry Marissa in a heartbeat.
Are you sure
over
Kathy
you.
can cook?
She can?
No.
She can't. Are you crazy?
Cooks.
Marissa can't cook. I know that.
Preston would be doing the cooking. That's not even on the table.
I don't know, man. Marissa's pretty controlling.
Not as controlling as her.
I don't know.
All right,
wait.
All right, Kathy, on the show here of the guys.
Oh God.
Oh.
It's you started it, Preston, with this realization that you're madly in love with Kathy. Who on the show would you pick as the best husband? Not lover or, into your crazy S&M stuff.
Okay, all right. Just husband-wise?
Just husband-wise.
Marissa.
Now you have to pick one of the guys.
I thought it might be Steve because Steve is in schmoopy doopy cool.
She doesn't like that, though.
Oh, really?
Do you really think that I would
Okay.
like
She's not going to answer. You want to know why?
I love you.
She's not going to answer because
well, let me think about
me.
it.
It's not. See, I knew you'd think that. Just on a basic level.
No. Here,
Think about it.
Don't answer for me.
There she goes.
Will you marry me?
Yeah.
I love it.
It would have to be, honestly, I'm not joking, the most organized person. And I think, Casey, that's definitely not you because I've seen your closet. I think it's going to have to be Steve.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're pretty organized, aren't
He's
you?
very organized.
I am pretty organized.
He puts things in right
some
angles.
level. Though I would say this, I am bizarrely, I will do like this. I will keep things at angles.
Yeah.
I'm not as clean as you are, Like
we could get a cleaning lady.
All right. I thought Nick might be that if you're talking organizational.
Are you serious?
I mean, not with his post-war Berlin look at a station here.
This is the only space I have.
Yeah.
It is.
By design.
Yeah, I know. But I allow you, Kathy, to throw my stuff away. I don't care. Like if there's accumulation of crap, it's fine with me if you grab it and toss it.
Okay. Okay, good.
All right, Marissa. All right. Who would you? Because Marissa, you don't want to get married at all, though.
No, I would never want to settle down. Just kidding, Mom. I don't know. I don't want to choose.
It's not an insult.
See, but she's got 4 to choose from, and we just have 2, so it's pretty easy for us.
It's okay.
Well, technically, Steve lives in the city.
That's important to you.
Because I'm paying city taxes, I'm much more attractive. Yes.
No, I don't know. You guys all have your own good qualities.
I would pick you for Preston. We can make it happen.
He does play instruments. I do like guys that play instruments.
There we go. You would call them musicians,
He
right?
has a beard, kind of, a little bit.
He has a facial
He
hair.
has a beard.
He likes cheese.
He loves cheese.
I love cheese.
There you go.
Well,
He's a good cook.
We are meant to be.
It's a
Preston.
match made in
Swimming in
heaven.
brie. What's that?
You do these things as you start when you're in the when you're in the dating, there's and the check columns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Cheese?
Hair?
Beard? His beard is made of cheese?
Kathy, do you think I'm attractive?
Wow. All the Buckle Bunnies laughed.
Now I have to reveal it.
We're excited to have our next guest on, and outside of acting, he has a whole world of music and is bringing that here to the Philadelphia area. It was just announced he's going to be playing Ardmore Music Hall on March 12th.
It's a great venue.
Tickets will go on sale tomorrow for the show, so please welcome Kiefer, William Frederick, Dempsey, George, Rufus, Sutherland this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
That's what the Wikipedia page calls you, Kiefer, but I had no idea you had so many middle names.
Yeah, I think my father was in a lot of debt when I was born, and I think he just kept telling people that I'll name my son after you if you forgive the bill.
Wow. Well, that's the way to approach it.
Kiefer, so question about the show at Ardmore Music Hall. Is this a full band? Is this you and a guitar, acoustic? What kind of show is it going to be?
It's going to be acoustic. So part of the show is just going to be me, and then I have two fantastic special guests: Mark Copley, who's an extraordinary guitar player, and Rocco DeLuca, who's going to be playing pedal steel and lap steel.
Ooh, it's a cool sound.
I beg your pardon?
That's a cool sound. The pedal steel.
Yeah, it is, and he's a phenomenal player as well, and. But what I really enjoy about the show is it's so intimate, and we get to kind of tell some stories about why I think these songs are worth you listening to in the first place, and have a drink and play some songs, and it's just a really nice night to kind of come together, especially after the last 2 years. Yeah. So really, really looking forward to it.
As a performer, as a guy who I'm sure, since you're musically inclined, has probably played with bands and so on. You and a guitar, that's pretty naked up on stage. Did it take a little while to get to that point and feel comfortable doing shows like that?
I'm still not comfortable. I mean, I think one of the funny things, as an actor, if you get a little nervous, and I do, I use that nervous energy. You put your hands in your pocket if they start to shake a little. Doesn't work as well for a guitar player.
Yeah.
And look, if it does, I've always believed very strongly, if it doesn't make you a little nervous, you should probably doing something else.
Okay.
And so. Yeah, for me now, it just kind of goes away after the first or second chord. But certainly waiting in the wings to go on stage, either as an actor or as a player. It gets my adrenaline going. And,
cool.
And I hope it will feel like that till the day I die.
Well, the album is called Bloor Street, and it's your third. And and it's funny. I know that when you have somebody who's known for what you're known for, and you take the foray into music, of course you're obviously going to be met with the initial, okay, what's this guy doing? And the truth of the matter is, as I was listening to a lot of the music, it's very good, and it's and also reading about your approach to it and your love of it and how visceral it is to you. You love your acting world as well, and in fact, during the lockdown and pandemic, most of the hardcore stuff, you were still busy. I think you did 2 movies and a limited series. And the question I have for you is, prior to that all happening, you wrote a couple of songs, and then you wrote the bulk of it during the pandemic. Would we be able to discern the songs that were written prior? Do you think?
That's a great question. I think you would. I had such a profound kind of reaction to the lockdown. I've been moving at a mile a minute for the last 20 years. I don't think I've been home for more than 3 weeks for the last 10 years. And so all of a sudden, I'm actually sitting in my house, and it's like, oh, wow, I actually like my house. And, oh, cool, I actually like my dog. And I like my girlfriend. And, wow, this is pretty cool. And so I became profoundly grateful. I've been fortunate enough to have a career that people can only really dream of. I've been allowed to do things that I'm interested in, and I know that's not what everybody gets. So a lot of the songs, whether it was songs like So Full of Love, if you had told me.
All right, thank you, Marissa. Our next guest is in town one night only tonight at Punchline. If you want to get tickets, it's punchlinephilly.com. And we welcome Rob Cantrell. to the show. Good to see you again, man.
Good to see you guys, man. Thank you for having me, Preston and Steve, Philadelphia. Hello, hello.
A pleasure. And it's been a little while since you've been here.
Yeah, it's been a few years, but I always remember this studio because I got to meet Guy Fieri right over there.
Yeah.
I was talking about fried bologna, how nobody's doing fried bologna anymore, and I grew up on it. And he was like, I love fried bologna, too.
That's his whole thing, is the diners, dives, and drive-ins, or whatever. I always get it screwed up. But that's all that. Yeah, that sort of comfort food, you know. And I love a chef, you know, no matter what level they're at, that has some junk food thing that they love. And I used to dig fried bologna sandwiches.
Yes.
Yeah, and they were great.
On Wonder Bread with yellow mustard, fried, burn it, let it bubble up so it looks like a young breast and, on the frying pan, and that's your fried bologna. But now, this morning, I just drove down. I love you guys, and I'm psyched to be here. I'm doing one night only. During the pandemic, I kind of did more acting and stuff like that, so I'm getting back out there on the stand-up scene. But tonight I drove down from Brooklyn and I had a liquid Elvis. You guys know
a liquid Elvis. Now, what is this?
I've had it every 10 years, the last 10 years.
Can I guess?
Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right. It's going to be like a juice, like a shake that is banana and chocolate.
Close.
Okay, go ahead.
Banana, peanut butter, almond milk, Percocet.
Now that's Elvis.
Yeah. That's the liquid Elvis.
Yeah.
That's when you got to do some morning radio. You drink one of those and you're ready to rock and roll.
Are you an Elvis fan?
I love Elvis. I love rock and roll.
Yeah.
I love America. I love blues. I love shaking my hips.
Did you see the movie? Did you see the recent movie?
I did see the movie, and I loved hip hop, but it was weird. They would have like hip hop trap beats.
Yeah, he does that
it.
all the time. He did it in The Great Gatsby. Baz Luhrmann, the director. So he's taking like old swing songs and adds like a hip hop beat to them. That's his thing.
Yeah. It threw me.
Yeah,
it threw me. But I loved the rest of it. I thought the guy who performed was awesome.
Excellent, Austin Butler.
And how it was shot looked very beautiful. The music I was a little up and down with.
It's funny because a lot of comedians, like Eddie Murphy, massive Elvis fan. Like there's a lot of them that just, and I think what they dig is like, you know, Eddie's big on also presentation. But they love that period, you know, in the world of it. And we were talking about that. I mean, you know, that there's, I don't know if people, a lot of people appreciate it these days, but that whole thing, there's a great documentary called This Is Elvis, you know, that's just crazy. Like, go to the movie theater would open up for him like at 1 o'clock in the morning, and he would go, and he was taking karate lessons at 3 a.m., you know.
Yeah, he had
it was a whole effed up schedule.
Yeah, he was like the first celebrity super mega star. But one of the cool things I thought that I read that he did was he would just hang out and watch TV and plug in an electric bass. And he would have the amp there and put his feet up on the amp and just rip bass lines all day watching TV, eating fried peanut butter sandwiches.
Right. Fried nanners, yeah.
Fried nanners. And I was like, oh, if I get a bunch of money, I'm just going to get electric bass. Sit around and just rip bass lines.
Sure, yeah. That's cool. So I was reading something, and I have to ask you about this because you've done a lot of writing, you've done a lot of acting, but I was reading about your first few times up on stage and the way your act was, and you did kind of like an Andy Kaufman thing where you would purposefully tell bad stuff, right? There was a whole impression, and then you'd kind of fake a nervous breakdown.
Yeah, I can't believe you dug that out.
I just thought that's an insane move that to do in your first, you know, few years or a year or two as a stand-up, because that's a bold move.
Yeah, it was insane. I started in San Francisco, and I'm originally from D.C. I had a sales job right out of college, and I just like lost it. I couldn't deal with it after like 3 years. And I ended up out in California trying to figure it out, and I found stand-up comedy. But the bit was, I would go up there like, I'm going to do stand-up. I'm going to do stand-up. And then I would start doing these bad jokes, and I would have a nervous breakdown. And then I would go out into the crowd and crawl underneath the table and start rocking. But then I would say, to calm me down, I just need to sing some Shania Twain. And then I'd start going, so glad we made it. Look out far. And I'd go back on stage, and then I have like 2 or 3 like jokes. I had had an old Pabst Blue Ribbon joke that used to work. I would go, Pabst Blue Ribbon, what contest did Pabst win ribbon for? Was it how could I get drunk for $3.50 contest, or which beer is going to make me defecate like a diseased dog in Tijuana? So those were the old, but yeah, I would. All the comics on the scene thought I was insane and weird.
That's so Andy Kaufman-like, though, to do that. I saw a guy come out, and I used to do stand-up years ago.
Yeah.
But there was a guy who came out, and he was introduced as a deaf comedian. All right, and the audience got on his side immediately, and they're loving his things, and the material is actually good. And at the end of his act, he betrayed that he was not deaf. And they turned on him. They turned on him like crazy. And I never saw him at the club again, ever. I mean, that was it.
I know. Doing those risky moves, like you can get in there and maybe make a big splash, but eventually my act kind of went more traditional.
Right, yeah.
But I think in the beginning, you just got to make as much noise to find your voice.
Sure.
And finding my voice, one of the guys that I ran, another Philly story, just to drop real quick. The first time I ever played Philly was at the Electric Factory, opening for Mitch Hedberg.
Oh, wow.
And that was insane. I mean, that was like the best. And I remember I opened up, was like, give it up. And I was smoking a lot of pot back then. I smoke a little bit of pot. But Mitch, he was on some other level thing. But I remember somebody gave me some hash.
Yeah.
And I smoked a little bong hit of hash right before I went out on stage. It was like, Philly, give it up for the Philly Bloods. and it was just, I just remember it was just a joyful 3.5 minutes that I got to do.
No, that's awesome, man.
Rob, I spent some time on your Instagram page yesterday, and there were a lot of things on there that were really making me laugh out loud, especially like the cat stuff. But I also found that you had a post about buying weed legally in New York. And it was an interesting experience because when you walked outside, you encountered 2 police officers, and it seemed like the friendliest exchange with those guys. Like they were just like, yeah, cool. Like it was a legal purchase in New York City.
Yeah, it's called the Housing Works. Was the very first legal dispensary. I give them a shout out. They grow all outdoor cannabis all up in Hudson Valley next to turnips and stuff. So it tastes like whole food cannabis.
Whole Foods cannabis.
Yeah. It just tastes like it doesn't give you a paranoia. I could talk for hours on that. But the weird thing is in 2007 I just moved to New York from California, and I got arrested for a half a joint. Yeah. I did 3 nights in the Tombs.
Wow.
So you guys know about the Tombs is where you go right before Rikers. It's a federal holding cell. That's some Law and Order gong type of stuff.
So I know a comedian who did one night there.
Yeah.
If I'm thinking of the same place, like it is not where you want to be.
No. It was, I remember.
And they're disease-ridden, apparently.
Yeah, it's stacked. It looks like some, like, dark tower from mythical, that's actually what it was. It's an evil castle, but a single column. And it looks like out of Lord of the Rings.
You were smoking pot.
I was smoking pot.
Marijuana.
It was after a show in the Lower East Side, and the guy I was smoking with was a professional violinist. He was a symphony-playing violin. You know, when you smoke pot, you end up next to a plumber and a violinist. And so we all got popped together, and I remember and they were like, Rob, you got to go down to the Tombs. And it's like 7 stacked cells. And I'm going in, and it's just like during Giuliani, like they're just picking up everybody off the street. And I do think, it was like I was the only Caucasian dude in there, and I had a red sweatshirt on and these big, thick glasses. And as soon as I come in there, there's one guy on the toilet, and the toilet's out in the open, and he has an eye patch.
Oh, no.
And he's defecating in front of everybody. Extreme diarrhea. He has an eye patch, and he's yelling for his methadone. Right? He's like, give me my methadone! Give me my methadone! And nobody's acting like this is happening. Everybody's just hanging out, trading cheese sandwiches. And I come in there, everybody eyes me up, and this one, like, Jamaican dude, Rastafarian, had thick dreadlocks down to here, and he wasn't nice, right?
Yeah.
This guy wasn't singing Bob Marley, all right? And he just eyes me up, and he goes, yo, I found him.
He's pointing at you.
There's Waldo. There's Waldo. And the whole jail started laughing, even the cops.
Oh, my God.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
How did you react to that?
I started laughing. I mean,
Did
it
you
was
play
the worst.
cool or laugh along?
Cool.
Okay.
You know, I think humor is a self-defense mechanism. When everything goes wrong,
Yeah.
like you can use it. It's like karate. You can use it to mess somebody up, but it's mostly for when it goes down in your life. And that's when you got to joke and have fun. And I think everybody in that jail realized the situation. I think he realized the situation. And he just saw a punchline, and everybody busted out laughing.
That's a hip joke for a Rasta in a jail cell.
I know, but I had a red sweatshirt on, and you see these big, thick glasses in it, and I'm hanging with a violinist.
So you do the cannabis coffee hour. You've done the marijuana logs, and so obviously you're a Doug Benson level, pot aficionado.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, with like New York, with the legalization, you still have states that are not. And as a traveling comedian, how aware do you have to be about where you're going and what you have on you and all that stuff?
Yeah, I think now it's so wide open. You just have to be very smart with everything, whether it's the edibles and the dosage and where you get it. That's why I do like it being regulated, especially with the fentanyl and all that. I do like to know where it's at. You got to know where you are. You got to know the laws. And I have gotten to a point where I don't need it all the time. I've been meditating. And almost at the point where I like meditating as much as smoking.
That's good, man. That's great.
I dig it.
TM?
Yeah. TM, 20 minutes in the morning, pure darkness, go right into my heart, the whole nine.
Wow. Everyone raves on that. And I do sort of I have sort of we have a hypnotist, a hypnotherapist that we work with on the show who does a smoking cessation, Dr. Rosenberg, and he gave me sort of a little a meditation.
Right.
I assume it's similar where you're counting backwards and he's saying things and though I can't take a nap if I listen to that for about 20 minutes, I feel rested. You know, so do you get a rush after TM or what is the?
Yeah,
you do.
I get a really, and it took a while. It's a lot like working out. And I was a spaz kid, pot smoker, ADD, the whole nine. And then it's a lot like working out when you first start working out and you're like, this is terrible. But then you eventually get to a point like, this is awesome. It's just a time to shut down your brain.
Right.
It's the time your brain, especially with TikTok and all this stuff, is just getting jammed all day long.
It's true.
So you're just training yourself to focus on your breath. Any dark thoughts, anything, you can drop them. Your brain isn't there to think all day. Your heart's there to lead you. Your brain's just to be like, tie your shoes, figure out this program.
Right.
Maybe, talk to this chick. Whatever, whatever you got in front of you, that's what your brain is for. But the bigger picture stuff, I think it's better to shut it, try to quiet it.
So do you feel as if like you're shedding that? Can you physically feel as if you're shedding off those issues and relieving yourself in a sort of bathroom way?
Yeah, you do. I mean, not completely, but you learn to it's like learning to get out of your thinking mind and more into your body mind. And your body mind is like, if you see a bird and it flies off right before a predator hits it. A bird has a little brain, but it knows instinctually. And I think that's where human beings, that's where we're going towards. That's what, this pandemic, like everybody, and mushrooms are being legal and everybody's questioning everything and figuring out how to live. I think, I think meditation's a part of it, as well as exercise.
Yeah.
You talk about in social media and going to a concert, and there's a bit attached to it, but it resonated with me yesterday because there's, a love-hate relationship with social media. It really can be wonderful and to connect with people, but you have this, you have this conversation about going to see a show prior to Instagram, prior to Twitter, and I've resigned myself to do my best to put my phone away when I'm at a concert because I get distracted by thinking maybe I should post this or am I going to record this song for later or whatever. And so now I'm at the point where I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to do my best to put it away. When you go see a show now, if you had a music concert, do you put your phone away or do you succumb to the pressure of like, maybe I want to tweet this, maybe I want to put it on Instagram?
Yeah, a little bit of both. I mean, I love live music, so I do think it's another dimension in terms of when you can lock in and and I was talking about a Grateful Dead show. I saw the Dead with Jerry Garcia at RFK.
Wow.
Yeah, I was talking about that. Like, the joke is like, I was on a hit of acid when I was 19 watching Jerry, and then I saw a dragon come out of his guitar. But guess what? I couldn't tweet about it. I couldn't post it to Instagram. I just had to accept it for what it is. It's a dragon.
That is great.
But I used to make fun of the Grateful Dead. But as I gotten older and appreciate music and art, now I look back like, man, that is like Elvis. They were one of the best American rock bands to ever.
Our midday guy Pierre that's his band. Yeah.
Yeah.
Grateful Dead and the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Crosby, Stills and Nash. That one album is just. They don't have that many albums, but you always put that album on, no matter what it is with Crosby, Stills.
By the way, if you're just jumping in, Rob Cantrell is who we're speaking with. He's going to be at Punchline tonight, and it's an 8 o'clock show. PunchlinePhilly.com is one show tonight, and that is it. So get those tickets. And by the way, the Cannabis Coffee Hour. So I've not listened to the podcast, but just the title alone speaks to me because that's a match made in heaven as far as I'm concerned. Smoking a little weed, having a cup of coffee is like after I exercise, that's what I like to do.
Same. That's has always been like with comedy. Stand-up was so hard in the beginning, and I was a hard drinker in my 20s. I went to college. We were talking about. I was a total in a fraternity, all that stuff. But stand-up just took a lot out of me, and it was if I kept on drinking at that level, I wasn't going to make it. Especially you could drink for free at the clubs.
Yeah.
So I always went to coffee and weed, which I always say is I'm scared and jittery all day long. But I don't think it's the end all. I don't want to ever plug it like it's the end all to be all for. Everybody has their own gig. And as the end of the day, out of vices, you end up picking one, but as I get older, you start to drop them. Those are the two that I've left around.
Sounds like you've had a really organic progression. I mean, to TM and exercise is, you ended up in a good spot. So, and you seem to be getting what you were getting before out of this, correct?
Yeah. Completely. And appreciation of life. The thing about TM is just expanding consciousness is what they're saying. And that's just being aware of everything that's around you. And that brings you to more appreciation. And as you get older, you're just like, man, life is so good. Like we've talked about, Hedberg passed away. I used to open for Ralphie May for years. I was on the very first Last Comic Standing with Ralphie, So all these like peers of mine that have gone, and then it's like, man, I don't know how much time I got to do this one night in Philly. Let's go all out.
It's going to be
Preston Steve.
It's going to be great. But you talk about that, and people pass away and so on and so forth. What was Mitch like? What was
Sweet dude.
Yeah.
Sweet. That was the bummer. Is like, I am kind of an introvert, deadhead, empathetic type of cat, and he was that as well. But he wasn't a pushover. Like, he was a rock star. He crushed, always had great jokes. And he did mess with hard drugs and drinking. To me, I think he was an alcoholic. And then he got tied in, and that's a different level of addiction to break out of it. And that's hard, especially when you're touring theaters and doing all that.
Such a sharp mind, even if he was doing all that stuff to keep as sharp as he was, it's pretty miraculous.
Yeah, he cared about comedy.
Yeah.
He cared even more than I got to tour with Tracy Morgan before the pandemic, and he cared as well. Like, you think these guys are crazy and slobs, but when you get backstage and they're talking about jokes and performing and comedy and trying to be as funny as possible, like, they're dead serious. But the cool thing about Mitch, I never heard him trash any other comedian. Like, he never, like most comedians, they'll trash everybody. They're always talking. He never was a gossip dude. Was completely, maybe it was the heroin, but I mean, he was completely lucid and kind. He took me and my cousin out to Outback Steakhouse in Sacramento one time.
Oh, I would have loved to have seen that dinner. So what's he like at the Outback Steakhouse?
Oh, he just, blooming onions all day. He was just a cool guy. That's the only thing is he was cool, man. And cool people, you don't see them that much, but when they're around, it's like it brings your blood pressure down.
Yeah, and I've always found that, maybe you've found this, is that it's the most talented people that are actually like the kindest and most giving and encouraging, you know, and that aren't likely to backstab and all that stuff because there's no covetous sort of thing about them.
Yeah. I mean, it took me a long time to learn that. And because jealousy and showbiz is all that. But if you're really doing it, you don't have time to think about other people and jealousy. Like you're thinking about the moment. You're thinking about, I need to kill as hard as I can on Preston and Steve. I need to get to the next thing.
Yep.
We're doing it.
Well, you're doing it, and you're going to do it tonight.
Yeah.
Yep. Punchline tonight at 8 o'clock. One show only, and you can go to punchlinephilly.com. Don't take so long to visit again, man.
Yeah, I want to come back.
Next
time I'll come through. I appreciate it.
Anytime, man.
Yeah,
it is great to see you. Thanks for being here, bud.
Peace
Appreciate
and
it.
love.
Rob
Thank you.
Cantrell, guys. Go see him at Punchline. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a second. Keith Jonesy, is going to be joining us in just a second. Hang on.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
This weekend,
Stab you in the heart with a pencil. I just wouldn't have believed you.
It would be hard. It's hard to wrap your mind around it. Yeah.
And there I am sitting in the shower going, so full of love, I can't hold it down. I'm like, who the is this guy? So that was kind of my reaction to the pandemic. And I don't want to minimize how difficult a time this has been for so many people. But I couldn't help but be really grateful for my family and my friends who I wasn't allowed to see like everybody else. And it afforded me time to take stock in my own life and how lucky I have been.
Well, I wanted to ask about the title track, Bloor Street, because I don't know at what point that song was written, but, it seems to be a nostalgic look back at a hometown. I get this kind of... Bruce Springsteen, My Hometown, lyrically, Main Street from Bob Seger, something.
Bob Seger, one of my favorite songs. Yeah.
And I've always loved that type of song. It could be talking about an existence, a place that I have no connection with growing up, but I still get an emotional connection to it. Is this indeed about Toronto, your hometown? Or?
It is. Bloor Street is the main thoroughfare through Toronto, going east and west. And we were shooting a television show there called Designated Survivor, and I hadn't been home. We were there for 3 years, and I hadn't been home for that long a period of time since I was maybe 16 years old. And I came upon this kind of main intersection in Toronto, on Bloor Street and Yonge Street, and I realized all of my firsts had happened there. My first job at the food court in the Hudson Bay Center, my first meaningful kiss with a girl in front of the Bloor Street subway.
Wow.
I think the first fight I ever got in and lost was on that corner. So I just got very nostalgic and just started writing really about how grateful I was that I could grow up in that town, which afforded us a kind of freedom that I certainly know that my kids and my grandkids did not experience. We were on the subway at 11 years old. I mean, who would do that now?
Right, right. You're saying so much that's true, because that is, I actually am, it's been a while since I've been back to the town I was raised in. It's been 20 plus years. And I think I'm at that point where I want to go back, because it does mean something. And, those you pick those benchmark moments in your life, and that does mean something. And you need to reconnect. I agree with what Preston was saying about songs that do that. So much of what you write about with this album has a resonance to your experience. Two Stepping in Time is kind of just a real love song, and I assume it's written for your girlfriend, correct?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And a friend of mine who I was recording with and I was writing a lot of songs. I was being kind of prolific at this moment. And he said, you should really write a waltz. And I started on the guitar, literally sitting around the kitchen island. And I was going through a kind of thing as a writer where I wanted to write about what was in front of me. And I think the very first line of the song is cigarettes in the ashtrays. All in a line, empty glasses of whiskey show the passage of time. And those were the items that were, in fact, right in front of me. I have since quit smoking, the one thing that I can thank the pandemic for. But yeah, so it's, and then, so the guy was sitting to my right and my girlfriend was sitting a little farther down the kitchen island. I figured I should start writing towards her instead of him if I wanted to have a good evening.
Did you?
And
did you
and
write I'm sorry. Did you write that song quickly? I was reading.
Yes,
like 20 minutes, I think. Right.
Every once in a while, songs kind of write themselves, and this one was certainly that. It was and it was finished because we were actually having a nice evening. And my friend had kind of put this task in front of me, and I wanted to go back to having our nice evening. So the song got written very quickly. But it's a love song. Again, not something that I spend a lot of time kind of doing. I don't write a lot of love songs. So when something like that happens, that's a great kind of song to put in your pocket and take with you.
It was interesting to read that you consider the touring, and you haven't had a chance to do a lot of touring over, obviously, the past couple of years. But I think you run contrary to a lot of people who create music and say that the process of touring is sort of a detriment to creating songs. And you, on the other hand, find it very helpful, and it informs your songwriting. Would that be correct to say that?
Oh my gosh, yeah. In the 3 years that we were doing Designated Survivor, we played over 500 shows. Wow. I remember on the second record writing songs that were specifically designed to enhance our set list. The live thing is something that I just caught me by surprise. I wasn't expecting to enjoy it as much as I have. And I think that there's an amazing moment, or possibility at least, when you explain why you wrote a song. And I wrote a song called Saskatchewan about the passing of my mother. And there were times when I would play that song and I could see someone put their arm around a friend in the audience. And I could realize at that moment that person's going through something similar.
Wow.
When we can come together and realize that we've got these things in common and that we're going through this thing together, that's a great night. I mean, that's a good evening. And so it's something that's made a deep impression on me, and hopefully for the people that we get to play for.
Kiefer, I want to ask you about your voice work over the years, because you've done some narration, you've done animated movies. I loved you in Monsters vs. Aliens. The warmonger character was terrific. You've done, The Simpsons, and narrated a few other things over the years. Does that lend itself to your ability to sing, perform on stage? Do you get training from doing narration or voice work that you can then bring to your music career, or are they entirely separate?
They are pretty separate. The voiceover work started actually for me in a very funny way. My dad was doing commercials back in the early 90s for Volvo. And I think one evening he whispered in my ear what they were paying him. I think the next day I called up Volvo and told them I did a really good Donald Sutherland. I'd do it for half the money.
Undercutting your dad.
Which I don't think he really appreciated. I thought it was a lot funnier than he did. But it's its own thing. I mean, when I think of someone like Mel Blanc, who did all of those cartoon voices, and which, Monsters vs. Aliens, I hope I don't get sued for this, but I completely ripped off Yosemite Sam. Bring on the fearless freak. I hate rabbits. But it's an awful lot of fun, and it takes you back to being a kid and just loving cartoons and listening to cartoons, and so it is a lot of fun to do. But they're very, very separate kind of entities.
You have lived a very, very interesting and full life, and obviously voiceover actor, musician, but you're kind of a cowboy too. You've competed in rodeos and have won roping championships. What's that? And do you still do that?
I do not. I think 24 kind of put an end to that. I'd been doing it for a decade, and I had two partners that I would rodeo with. One guy named John English, just an amazing all-around cowboy, and a guy named Mike Wolf, who has since passed. Really loved it. I mean, it was kind of like being in a band. You and about three other cowboys kind of load your horses up onto a trailer and go from town to town, doing rodeo after rodeo. We had more fun than we probably should have. And it was a great experience. And it was so nice to do something kind of different. I did that for about a decade, and I did films at that time. But it was a great kind of refresher, because when I went and started 24, that was going to be a whole very intense decade of just doing that show. So the rodeo actually kind of helped cleanse my palate, if you will, for a lot of work. And I enjoyed it immensely. And I got to see parts of America that I don't think I would normally have seen.
Right. I wanted to go back to the songwriting and having songs kind of just present themselves to you. and two-stepping in time and having it be so quick and present itself, and you write it. Did you get a chance to see the Peter Jackson Beatles documentary?
I sure did.
I mean, for you, that had to be, as it was for us, to see the creation of songs that have become so iconic. What a mind blower!
Yeah, to have Ringo Starr kind of doing an interview saying, I could just listen to Paul play piano for an hour, and in the background, Paul's working out the opening chords for "Let It Be." I mean, are you kidding me?
One of the greatest songs ever written, coming to life right there. It's insane.
But what's really, really funny is kind of as iconic as they are, there's always going to be something really personal that you watch in a movie like that, and especially one that's documented 6 hours. My phone rang off the hook somewhere in the third episode when they all started drinking J&B Scotch. Now, J&B Scotch is certainly now not considered to be very highbrow on any level, and you'd have to find a pretty dirty bar to find a bottle of it anyway. Yeah. That was always kind of my drink of choice for a number of years. And literally the fact that they had all drank it together, kind of sitting on the floor, working out, the long and winding road, somehow gave the beverage validity. My friends finally, after 20 years of drinking this swill, have forgiven me.
It's good enough for the Beatles.
I love it. Yeah, I thought, if John Lennon could drink it, and apparently I make the same kind of disgusted face that John Lennon makes when he takes that first pull.
That's great.
We laughed about that.
If you're just tuning in, it's Kiefer Sutherland that we're speaking to. His album is called Bloor Street, and he's going to be performing at Ardmore Music Hall coming up on March 12th. Tickets go on sale, I believe, tomorrow, by the way. And I didn't even realize this is a bizarre coincidence, Kiefer. I right before you came on, I go to Casey. I go, oh, my God. I'm wearing my Castle Rock Maine shirt.
There you are,
yeah. And you were Ace Merrill in Stand By Me, who lived in Castle Rock.
It's my favorite movie of all time.
It's Casey's favorite movie of all time. And I wanted to ask you about that character and other characters in your acting career, because that one was earlier on in your career, and he was so nasty and so mean. That as you've gone through and formed other characters, if you've ever gone, I think I'll throw a little Ace in there, or do you do that? Do you mix and match and borrow pieces from characters and maybe put them to construct others together?
No, they kind of, each character is inspired and informed by the script that you have in front of you and the experiences that you've had as a human being up until that point. The thing that I've always been amazed about with films like Stand By Me that I've been so lucky to be a part of was the seemingly unaware I was that it was great, when I look back, I think, man, you have been lucky because, when I first read that script, it was just a job. I didn't think it was going to turn into this amazing thing that Rob Reiner and the other kids turned it into. So I've been very fortunate to be along for the ride on some of these things. And I also remember it's the first and only time that I went on an audition where I was hired in the room. And that was Rob Reiner. And that was like the most incredible feeling to go in for a meeting. And then by the time you're going back to your car in the parking lot, you've actually got the job.
Yeah. No callbacks, no we'll get in touch, none of that.
I think it almost made me cry when I was a kid. I mean, it was just because it was such an important thing to get the first couple jobs down here in the States. And I'll always be grateful for Rob for doing that.
And that movie has hit me in different ways over the years, because I first watched it as a child, and there were things about the movie that I didn't get or understand because I was a kid at the time. And you seeing these four kids going on this amazing journey, and then all of a sudden at the end, like, they're not friends anymore. Like they went to middle school, and then as an adult. Yeah. And I actually have a friend of mine. I was just talking to him about it on Sunday. I went to kindergarten with this guy, and we're still friends to this day, but we were lamenting over the fact that, like, there were people on our last day of 8th grade. That was the last time I ever saw them. And, these are aspects of these child's lives that Stephen King was well aware of as an adult. And so it's my favorite movie, and it has always been, will always be my favorite movie of all time.
Well, it's certainly one of my favorite to have made, because I was so young again. But all of a sudden, you know, I'm in Eugene, Oregon. I've got my own hotel room. I'm being paid. I'm 17 years old. This has nothing to do with my parents. For all of those reasons, you know, again, talking about the firsts that you do in your life. You know, it was an incredibly exciting time.
As you moved through your career, and I mean, it's an amazing career, on the screen, because you've played William Burroughs and Jack Bauer. Which are, as you know, author of The Naked Lunch and one of the great action guys of all time. And I know you have a very good work ethic, and the mindset early on was to just get the role. But as you were able to have some impact and weight and make the selections, what informed what you chose throughout your career?
Just whatever moves you. It's not more complicated than someone picking up a book and for whatever reason this book moves them and makes them inspires them more than the other book. So generally, if I'm reading a script and I can't put it down, it's going to be something I'm interested in doing. And having said that, I've made close to 100 films, so I've made mistakes. There are a couple films I'm sure that I read that I didn't understand, and when I see the movie I'm like, how did you not get that?
Is that a liability and you mentioned you didn't realize what you had with Stand By Me. I would think it'd be hard for an actor who's doing the job to be in it, surrounded by all of this stuff that's going on, and to be very aware, completely aware of how something is turning out. Is that?
Yes, I mean, that's a very fair statement. I mean, and there's some people that are clearly must be better at it. Like, I think Tom Hanks must have some inner gene.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the president is joining us. President of the Flyers, please welcome Mr. Keith Jones. To the show.
How are you guys?
Dude, we are
Great to
awesome.
finally join you guys.
Yeah, finally, Keith Jones can be on our program because he used to work at a different radio station, and they didn't want him on here, but we got him now. But hey, Jonesy, congratulations, man. I know you're hearing that pretty much every day since the announcement was made, but we want to offer that congratulations to you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And the one thing I appreciate the most is the reaction from people that I've run into just through my everyday, working life right now as I still continue to do, the NHL games on TNT. I'm finishing that up. I'm actually in Carolina getting ready for game 1 tonight, but have had a great opportunity to be back, in Philly over the last week and have many, positive, constructive conversations with fans. And I think that's something that we want to make sure we continue to do as we look to build this thing back up and get back on track and start giving our fans something to be proud of again. We hear you. We get it.
You do.
But the feedback you're getting is this is a good idea, having Keith Jones as president. That's you're feeling that?
I absolutely am.
Good.
Yeah, and then I feel it internally as well. So it's just like it's a really good feeling for me, but the reinforcement from the people I'm running into means a lot. So I'm quite confident we're going to get it right, but I'm telling you, that is the plan. And for anyone that's out there that's wondering where we're heading, we're going to keep you informed in that regard and bring you along for the journey.
Nice. So, Jonesy, in Carolina tonight, I know you were just in Vegas not that long ago as well, and seeing those teams advance to the conference finals, it's got to be interesting. And I'm wondering if your perspective has changed much from because you've been calling games for a long time, but now you have to watch them in with a different perspective. Has that changed how you look at the games and maybe even call them?
Yeah, not really, because that's kind of the way I've always looked at them. I've always tried to, break down and analyze exactly what I'm seeing in front of me. As I know you guys have JJ on there a lot. I'm not a note taker. I do games with basically a blank slate. I come in and just do the game because I think that's really important as for an analyst. And I'll pass this on to whoever is replacing me. you're there to, speak of your experiences and use your keen sense of the game to relay to the fans exactly what you're seeing. So it's kind of been a natural thing for me. Obviously, it's a little bit weird now, being the president of the Flyers, and I am still calling games. Not gonna lie,
it is a little weird. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I've been so well received by the teams that I'm covering that I just want to do a great job for them, a great job for the sport, and make sure the fans can appreciate, just how well these final four teams have done. But at the same time, recognize what we need to do, to get back and be in this type of competitive environment with so much interest around the teams that are playing right now.
Well, the thing, and Nick and I had a conversation, the morning, you were announced, and it's a brilliant move, because what happens is that I think the fandom in large part gets the sense that the people who are making the decisions are a number of steps removed, and you're in a rare position. You're a conduit between the fan and the front office in what you've been doing up to now. Obviously, other aspects as well, having played. But the truth is, you are a conduit for that, and you have a rare skill set and a rare bit of knowledge that a lot of people who have been making decisions up to this point aren't aware of, and that's going to serve you, I believe, really well.
Yeah, I think that was really what I was able to convey to the folks that were doing a lot of the interviews. I went in there and just told my story on how I got here, what I've done. I'm not going to say I've had accomplishments, but I've still had a job for a long time in the city of Philadelphia. And as you guys know, it's a very challenging place in a unique way that really drives you to make sure that you recognize you're being held accountable, and you have to perform on a daily basis. And being in a position where I was able to talk to the fans through Flyer games and also through the radio, people have a pretty good idea of who I am. And now I have a chance to show them that I know, quite a bit about hockey, and I have, a plan that can kind of, help with the people that we have in place, get our team back on track.
Yeah. I think, important aspect of being a leader is being able to properly delegate. And, there's so many people within your organization that you're going to have to put in, the right positions to make the right decisions in order to, stuff this roster with talent. Now, you were drafted in the 7th round. Unfortunately, the Flyers were not awarded the first pick in the draft, which, apparently this kid that's going to go number 1 is a generational player. But you don't have to find talent in the first round or with the 7th pick. So, and we talked to Torts last year when he was named the coach and asked him about his scouting skills. And he's like, no, that's not what I do. He's like, he coaches the players on the ice. And so I don't know what your scouting skills are like, or what you have in place to, looking ahead for this year's draft coming up.
Yeah, our amateur scouts are going to be so critically important. One of the great things about this organization is we have the resources to go and make sure we get the best people. We have a lot of them. We're going to continue to add where necessary. We're going to make some adjustments in certain areas of the organization. But there is going to be a huge emphasis on our drafting. That's how we're going to get this thing turned around. We have to make some great picks. We have to make sure that we go out and find the right players.
Yeah.
I was a 7th round pick. We need one of those. We're going to need a couple of guys in the 4th round. We're going to have players that progress. And I think that's something that is kind of flatlined here with the Flyers over the last few seasons. Players come up, and, some have continued to develop and excel, and others have really just stayed the same. We don't want that. We want to project where they're going to be and turn them into star players at some point throughout their career. And hopefully that's with the Flyers.
You've lived in the United States for quite a long time. You're aware that people kind of smile and smirk when Canadians say organization, right?
Yeah. Yes. Well aware of that.
We find it delightful.
I
love it.
Part of the charm, really. Jonesy, I saw a really interesting press conference and a perspective from Tortorella the other day where the Flyers, they've not been successful as a team over the last few years, and that's obvious to everyone, right? And one of the criticisms has been, well, they always hire from within. And Torts was saying, why is that a bad thing? Jonesy's of the world and the Danny Brières of the world, they're going to care more because they spent time with this organization. The pride is attached with the orange and black means something to them. And I thought that was such a refreshing way. I love hearing Tortorella speak. He has such a candid perspective on so many things, but he's also brings just a brutal honesty to all of it. Do you agree with what he was saying about just sort of having this pride when it comes to the Flyers?
There's no doubt about it. And I've known John for a long time. We actually worked in television together back in Canada at TSN in 2014. So I got to know him away from the microphone. I got to know him as the person that he is. He is just a super guy. He's a good human being. And he knows how to make players play and collectively bring them together. You know, he's won a Stanley Cup. You know, it's a while ago, but to win a Stanley Cup is an incredible accomplishment. And he's been there and done it, and he knows what it takes. So he is a very intelligent hockey man that recognized when he arrived here that things were not right, started to, kind of fix some things and turn that ship around. So to me, he has Flyer qualities. To me, when he was hired, he seemed like a Flyer coach. It seemed like an easy choice to me. I'm so happy that he's in place when I arrive, and that's one position that I don't have to worry about. And I'm going to really, use a lot of the information that he's collected over his coaching career to make sure that we do our part to get him, the type of players that he needs, and also work with him on working with some other guys and maybe looking at things in a different way than maybe he has previously. And I know he's open to that as well.
With you being in and around that building for as long as you have, your 20 years in the broadcast booth alone, and being in that industry, do you finally get a better parking spot as president, Keith?
I get two of them.
Oh, look at this.
And another number too. So yeah, I feel pretty special about that. Hey, even the wife gets a place to park. So she's happy as well.
Home run. That alone is worth it. I'm telling you. Sometimes I'd rather have VIP parking than to be able to even go into an event sometimes. But I wanted to ask about, obviously we know what you're going to miss about being on the broadcast side of things, working with JJ, being in that live environment in front of a live audience and things like that. What will you not miss quite so much about doing the broadcast side of things, Keith?
I guess the only thing would be the travel.
Okay.
That's, and going back and forth, especially when I was doing the morning radio as well, there was many nights that I arrived back in Philadelphia around 2 a.m. and hopped up at 4:30 and went in and did the show. And one of the greatest lessons I learned about that was be there when you're there. Like, that's your job. Do your job when you arrive and do it well. No, not one, when you're doing multiple jobs, do them all well. Don't just show up and, I'm tired from the night before. There is no tired. There's no tired in radio, as you guys know, and doing mornings. And there's no tired when you show up to do your other jobs. But there was some times when it was trying. There's no doubt about that. But I think I did a pretty good job of making sure that when I showed up for work, I showed up and did the best job that I could do.
And you listen, I love seeing hockey in person. That's the one sport for me that when you see it in person, it's just I love it on television, but it goes up another level. It's just an amazing thing. And the times that we've been, even recently, Nick and I were at a game, and there's just this energy. There's so many fans. They so desperately want things to change. They're so loyal. They're so there. But will you? I don't know. Have something akin to a fan suggestion box or something. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so important. I think.
I'm a living suggestion box.
Yeah.
I talk to the fans all the time, so I get it. I want it. I've been fortunate enough to play in playoff games wearing the Flyers uniform.
Yeah.
When that place was packed and rocking, I've been fortunate to cover Flyers playoff games and been incredibly amazed on how that building gets going. I think we watched it with the Phillies last year when there wasn't a lot of interest, midway through the season. And all of a sudden, when it looked like, hey, this team's going to make the playoffs, we watched and witnessed what happened at Citizens Bank Park. We want that back. We're not there yet. We are going to get there, but we're going to make sure we take the right steps in order to do that. But there is no doubt that a Wells Fargo Center that's rocking with playoff hockey is where we want to go and where we want to be. We're going to find a way to get there.
Excellent.
So speaking of the playoffs, and because this is the first time we've ever been able to have you on our show, I've never been able to ask you this question on air. But in 2000, the Flyers played a game that you played in, Keith, and it went 5 overtimes. And there was one player on both the Penguins and the Flyers in 5 overtimes that did not even register a shot. That was you. How is that possible?
It's one of the best memorabilia pieces that I have. I have that game sheet on the wall at the house. And we have a small house right now. We moved out of the farm, but that thing is prominently placed in a spot that everybody can come in and get a chuckle of. I played 37 minutes and 50 seconds in that game. I had zeros in every category except missed shots. I had 2 missed shots in the game. And I had a +1 because I was on the ice for the game-winning goal by Keith Primo. It was a good indication that I would retire shortly after that. Things were not going well at that point, but we did win the game and won the series, and then went on to play the Devils and unfortunately lost in that conference final. But it was a blast, and that is one of the things that is one of my keepsakes that I continually am reminded of when I walk by it.
That's great. Keeps you humble.
Another perk of being president, does it have, did they give you Gritty's cell phone number? Like, is he at your beck and call now?
You know what? I'm going to have to ask about that. I have not been given Gritty's cell phone number. I don't know if I called him if he can speak. He's more of a texter, I think.
Yes,
he actually makes squeak sounds. We've noticed it from the hand, right?
Yeah. But that'd be tough to have a full conversation unless you know Morse code or something like that. But texting, I think that'd be.
Let's do the
idea.
texting. Yeah.
Listen, Keith, we were excited to hear the news not only about you but Danny as well. We love him being in the GM position. So I know that they've released a slogan ahead of time. Ahead of your announcement, and that is the new era of orange. So we're hoping that this all comes together. We think all the pieces are in the right place, and we just want to sit back and watch it happen, man. So we're excited for the future.
Yeah, I appreciate that, guys. I'm a big Danny Briere fan as well, and I look forward to him doing a great job for us. We're gonna put the work in. You can be sure of that, and we're gonna do our best to get it right.
Now we can have you on the show consistently.
Yeah. We would love that. I would love to be to be around and make sure that we're accessible to all our fans. Thank you so much, guys.
You got it, Jonesy. Congratulations, Keith Jones, the president. Once again, the president.
I like that.
Philadelphia Flyers. Yeah.
I think that's a great call. Again, he's got experiences. He's got exposure. He's got a skill set that, that's very unique, and I think will serve the organization very well.
And he's not an untouchable. Him and Danny, when they put names that you don't know in there or that don't have a direct connection to the city, it's like, okay, there's a figurehead there, but you got these guys. We know these guys, and that's huge. All right, so we got a little bit of time. We're going to talk to Glenn Howerton a little later on, around 10 o'clock from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, obviously. But he's got a new movie called Blackberry, which is out in theaters now. But we got a couple of minutes that I'd like to kill beforehand.
Let's kill it.
So I think we're going to open up shop and head down to the general store. We haven't been there in a while. So
time to head down to the general store where everyone leaves completely clappy.
Clappy. All right. I had a couple things. Yeah. Okay. There's one for sure. This is in both the automotive and the at the butcher counter.
By the way, people don't realize from the outside, again, it appears very small, but it's a sprawling store.
Yeah.
Wait, is it car and butcher counter?
Yeah.
It's the same counter?
Same counter.
It is, because the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile is now going to be named the Frankmobile. They are renaming it for the first time in nearly a century-long existence.
So technically, is Oscar Mayer better known. Because there's a delineation between a frankfurter and a hot dog, isn't there?
Oh, I don't know.
Is a Frank a wiener? Is a wiener a Frank?
I don't know.
Huh.
I mean, listen, the main reason that Oscar Mayer is known for wieners is because the old theme song.
Yeah.
I wish I was an Oscar Mayer wiener.
All right, so I know the etymology of both, believe it or not. Frankfurters came from the German city of Frankfurt.
Okay. Right.
Wieners it's from Vienna. The German word for Vienna is Wien. And so I'm wondering if there's a delineation between those, like the original sausages that were made from both of those places.
Probably.
There has to be, right?
So, okay.
Does Wiener Schnitzel come from that region?
Yes, but Wiener Schnitzel is not like a hot dog.
No, but I was just curious of the name.
Yep.
No, it's pork is what Wiener Schnitzel is. So interesting. All right, so I guess hot dogs can be pork too.
Yes, or all. I'm a fan of the all beef Frank.
I like them all.
Yeah.
In fact, I had the first yesterday, day before yesterday, I had the first hot dog that I've had in a long, long time.
How was that?
It was fantastic.
They're great.
Yeah.
They're great. I was eating, you know my story. It's been told time and time again by troubadours. I would have the 7-Eleven hot dog at least 3 or 4 times a week. Friggin' love those things.
Yeah, and I like hot dogs cooked in multitudes of ways, right? So boiled, grilled, mash them, stick them in a stew. But the newest is air fried. It is
air fried hot dogs.
Air fried hot dog is, and also, dude, last night, and we're going to bring it back to hot dogs. I air fried s'mores last night.
Oh, yeah.
Holy moly.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Does the air fry make the casing a little crispy?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
It is really, really good.
So anyhow, they're changing it to Frankmobile.
I don't like that.
No,
Oscar Mayer said that they were coy about whether the name change is permanent, telling CNN that it's trying to see if it, quote, cuts the mustard.
Oh, yeah!
With its
Yes! Nailed it! My guess is it's back. Wienermobile is a more convivial, nice Wienermobile. Frankmobile is on the way to the Frankenstein-mobile.
Well, also, there's no need to change the name. Everybody knows the Wienermobile. You don't have to call it the Frankmobile. Like, could you imagine if they changed the Batmobile's name to
the Frankmobile?
Yeah,
it wouldn't make any sense.
The Robin Wagon.
Yeah.
So it's the brand's new recipe for hot dogs, apparently. Represents the first change to Oscar Mayer's Franks in 6 years.
This is very cynical.
Customers will soon see refreshed packaging and taste a more balanced flavor profile and iconic beefy taste that is more delicious than ever. A spokesperson said, while some competitors focused on having strong flavors on a few aromatics like garlic and or onion, our team worked to balance these out while still keeping strong beef brothy notes throughout the dog.
What the hell is he talking about?
The Wienermobile dates back to 1936, by the way, when Carl Mayer told his uncle Oscar, I didn't know that's how they got the name.
Oscar Mayer.
About a new advertising idea.
Leave me alone.
That was a literal marketing vehicle for the company. Oscar Mayer now has 6 of the 23-foot-long vehicles, which travel across the U.S., and they go to state fairs and grocery stores and sports competitions and promote the brand. So
one was here one day. It was awesome.
Yeah, I think that this is just a
scheme, a
it's
gimmick.
A stunt. I think they'll change back to the Wienermobile, but it's they're just kind of freshening things up a tad bit.
By the way, the vehicle that it's sitting on, and I know we had this story, and I don't know if you remember, what is the vehicle it's actually sitting on?
Or
Like a
something
Pontiac,
like
right?
that.
Yeah,
I forgot what it was specifically what it's made from, but it's a pre-existing vehicle that they have modified into the Wienermobile, into now the Frankmobile.
Yeah, when there's that footage of the Wienermobile and the Mr. Peanut Mobile, driving past each other on the highway,
phenomenal.
Like what are the what are the chances of that?
Oh, I just thought of a sled for Peanut next year at Cardboard Classic. Do the Oscar? Have we ever had a Wienermobile?
I don't think so. Do you think
have
so?
We?
I feel like
maybe we have.
When
I
you
feel like
said
we
it,
have.
it sounds like we have. I'll do some digging.
Okay. All right. Anyway, so that's a little news to pass along.
Love it.
So, all right, let me go back in. We're in the general store, and this time around, we're going into the sporting goods section. I want to see what you guys think about this. Now, it has to do with rugby.
Okay.
But I'm wondering if this could be incorporated into my fantasy life.
Now, my son plays rugby.
Okay.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
So new smart ball technology will be trialed at next month's Under-20 Rugby World Championship.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
That's the ball.
We have a clip of the ball right here.
Turn it on.
He's a
I
smart.
can handle things. I'm smart.
Well, we know how he feels about it.
The ball has spoken.
The ball's touchy when you question his intellect.
It will help officials rule on, and these are certain rules in rugby, like they're called tries, ball and touch, line.
Can't you give me a straight answer anymore?
Yeah, so tries are essentially a touchdown.
Line out trajectory and forward passes.
All right.
So World Rugby is working with analytics company Sportable and equipment manufacturer Gilbert at the event to explore how the emergence of new technology and artificial intelligence can help shape the future of the sport, aid the flow of the game, and take fan experience to the next level. So they're essentially going to use this to help them do some officiating.
So we know, I've seen some things, and obviously the AI and all that stuff is going to be giving this very incontrovertible information, that the machines are gleaning. Some people like the issue of the human touch that's making the decision and making the call. I think, I don't know, we've had this conversation countless times about the different things they come up technologically. Does it rob it of it? I mean, if
I
you
don't think
won
so.
legitimately, you need to know that.
That's what I'm thinking. And you get an instantaneous call on it.
I can't stand the throwing it up to whatever, out of state to some, so in NFL, when they make a call, or they're looking for a call back from the review staff. Where is that? That's
Secaucus?
Secaucus, right? Okay, and you can cut that down to a millisecond.
Yeah, it'll be instantaneous. So the idea of the new ball tracking system is to help officials make accurate decisions more quickly and deal with a number of common but challenging aspects of law.
Yeah, so the thing about rugby is it is a ongoing kinetic sort of sport. It's not, so when somebody is tackled, that play's not over. The play does continue.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And so when they need to make these decisions in real time, maybe that will help with that.
Okay,
So
all right, good
the
point.
smart ball is tracked in 3D and real time with beacons positioned around the pitch to determine its exact position up to 20 times per second.
Jeez.
And provide immediate feedback on every kick, pass, and throw. So imagine football. I mean, the only things that would have to be a little bit more closely monitored. I mean, obviously, it would be essentially in touchdowns and first downs.
Yeah.
But it would be placement of the player's feet probably would be a concern for touchdowns. But if it breaks the plane and they have possession, then you would have that immediately. There wouldn't be any guesswork in whether or not it does get into, the end zone.
Yeah, maybe offsides or something like that. But Casey, I was thinking about it with football, and Preston just said, if there's an exact spot of where the ball is when the play stops.
There you go.
Because it is such a game of inches. And every now and then you'll see a first down marker come out and it's a centimeter.
Yeah, or you'll see the ref put the ball down and go, they shorted him an inch or two. And an inch or two counts.
Exactly.
So I don't know. I'm curious as to whether this trial in the game of rugby will
I guarantee you it will
speak to other sports if they have success with it.
Probably why they picked rugby, so they can see how it goes. It's not, it's...
Nobody really cares.
Yeah, nobody cares about rugby. No.
Actually, there are a lot of leagues in our area. A whole lot.
There are.
Plenty of people who play rugby.
It's crazy. So my son plays for his high school team, but what's weird is a lot of the games that they'll play on the weekends are against like clubs. So it'll be his high school versus like the Berks County rugby club.
Do you like the sport?
I do, but the problem is I don't know all the rules yet.
Right, yeah.
So there are things that are happening where I'm like I don't know why that happened, and so as a matter of fact, there was after one of their games, I talked to the ref, and I'm like, listen, I'm just asking you, like I'm not like here, I'm not being combative, but I'm like, why did this happen? Like it looked like we got the ball back. and then you guys whistled it dead. And essentially, it was a delayed penalty. So, like in hockey, you know when a delayed penalty is. First of all, there's less people on the ice and blah, blah, blah. But you see the ref's arm go up.
Right.
I wasn't looking for things like that. So, the ref's arm went up, and so the play continued. And then when the play didn't continue in favor of the team that the penalty was committed against, the play then stopped.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, so, like
with this, you
Yes.
could just ask the ball.
Yeah.
And they could tell you, they could give you
I can handle things. I'm smart.
right.
yeah.
The ball knows what's
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
The ball, and then if you're getting too aggressive, the ball will say, back off, war child.
Seriously. Hang on, I got to do the back off war.
While you're looking for that,
Back off, war child. Seriously.
you found it fast. When we were in high school, rugby was a club. It was
a
not,
club,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was not a sanctioned team. When Seamus is an actual high school rugby team.
It's a team.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean they've got funding from the school. And,
Yeah, it
and
was
all that.
sort of like an outside non-varsity team, but I had a bunch
Almost like intramural?
Kind of, yeah. And I had a bunch of friends that played it, but they would play against other clubs from other schools. But I don't know what the difference is.
Did you have to all right? So your uniforms, all the equipment, and all that sort
Yeah.
of stuff was basically funded by the players and the parents themselves, right?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, and so,
Chico's bail bonds.
Well, so believe it or not, I was on like the first lacrosse team at Cardinal O'Hara High School, and like we started it, and it was a club at that point. So you had your own helmets, your your own uniforms and stuff like that. And it was the same thing at
You would knit
Ursinus.
your own helmets.
When I played at Ursinus, it was a club thing as well. So like you had to provide your own equipment and stuff.
That's heavy duty.
Here's a text that says, I played rugby for 4 years in high school. I was a team captain. I still don't know all the rules to this day. Hang on, before we move on to the next section, Deb has an update here on Cardboard Classic for us. Hi, Deb. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work today again.
It's okay.
We need the help. What's up?
So, Mr. Peanut actually did have the Oscar Meyer Wienermobile as a sled, I believe, the year before.
He did.
Yeah,
we have a
you're right.
picture up in the studio. You're exactly right.
We're looking at it now.
And it was spectacular.
How
Preston,
dare me for not remembering that. I'm in it,
Not
aren't
only
I?
you're in it, you're driving it.
I was driving it.
It won third place in 2019. That's you in the
Come on,
driver's
give us
seat.
a break.
Shows you what I know. Thank you, Deb. We love you. Appreciate it. All right. Yes, Casey.
There was something else I wanted to add about rugby, and now I forget what it was.
All right, if you think of
Something
it,
about the
come
rules.
back to it because I want to move on to
Other
another
parts of the
thing
story
here.
to get to.
We got other.
Come on, we're
guests.
closing up.
Yeah, guests coming up, and I can't do just two of these stories. I got to do at least another one. So we're now headed into there's a religious section
There is.
of the store.
You can buy now for purchasing religious artifacts or just in general theology.
In general theology.
Okay.
So Pope Francis interrupted his
He's back there.
his weekly audience. His weekly audience with the faithful. He interrupted it to take a phone call the other day, keeping people in St. Peter's Square waiting for more than a minute. An aide came over and handed a cell phone to the pontiff.
Yes, go for the Pope.
And
Well, do you have 2%?
somebody stopping off and picking up milk for him. So the pontiff gestured to a man who is due to give a reading from a podium to wait. So he kind of held. He said, "Hang on a minute, man.
I got to record a cameo. 1 second.
Hey, Gus, here you're having a birthday. That's awesome. I hope you're a good Catholic or not, one of those other religions. You know what team I'm on. Anyway, have a great time, and I hope you get lots of presents.
Okay, where were we?
During the interruption, the only sound that could be heard from the Vatican broadcast of the event was that of seagulls flying overhead.
Oh, we need those.
As
What the hell is that?
as cameras shifted from the Pope to the crowd. The Vatican press office.
You don't say.
Which
You don't say. You don't say.
what did he say? Who was it?
He didn't say.
Yeah. Who was it? He didn't say. The Vatican press office, which normally does not comment on Francis's private conversations, did not respond to questions about the call. While the 86-year-old Pope has been critical of cell phones in the past and has warned Catholics against becoming addicted to their devices.
Hold on a second.
This guy, you say you can save me some money on my home insurance.
Similar incidents have happened before. In 2021, on at least two occasions, Francis excused himself to take a call at the end of a general audience when members of the clergy lined up to greet him. So, he's got to take calls every now and then. That's the way it works.
He's a busy man. He's the
man.
Pope. How's his health? We've heard that he had some issues recently.
I haven't seen anything about that.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Maybe he was talking to the walk-in care center.
All right, we're going to stay in the religion section of in the religion section of the store. An 1,100-year-old Hebrew Bible that is one of the world's oldest surviving biblical manuscripts sold for $38 million in New York yesterday.
Give me the specs on this again.
It's called the Codex Sassoon, and it is an 1,100-year-old Hebrew Bible.
From the Vidal Sassoon?
I don't know. It's a leather-bound. I've got a little bit about how I got the name. It's a leather-bound.
Oh, wow. We're looking at a picture of it.
Handwritten parchment volume containing a nearly complete Hebrew Bible. It was purchased by former U.S. Ambassador to Romania, Alfred H. Moses.
Well, there we go. Oh, man.
On behalf of the American Friends.
Yeah. I'm in that family.
Of ANU, and donated to ANU Museum of the Jewish People in Tel Aviv, where it will join the collection.
So what we're looking at is pretty amazing.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's gigantic, and it has, this is something that you say, okay, that's got to be worth a lot. Obviously it is.
But we've all, and I don't write that much anymore. I type mainly, but do you think there's any scribbles in this thing? Oh my God, I can't believe I wrote,
I see right here, Casey, is the one of the lyrics from Dark Side of the Moon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sotheby's specialist Sharon Lieberman-Mintz said that the $38 million price tag, which includes the auction house's fee, reflects the profound power, influence, and significance of the Hebrew Bible, which is an indispensable pillar of humanity.
So I'm looking at it, and it's written from right to left, right? That's what it appears to be, yes.
If it's Hebrew, it would be written the other way. Right to left. I'm sorry. I was thinking left to right. If it's Hebrew, it would be written right to left, I assume. Yeah. So it's one of the highest prices for a manuscript sold at auction. In 2021, a rare copy of the U.S. Constitution sold for $43 million. Leonardo da Vinci's Codex Leicester sold for $31 million in 1994, or around $60 million in today's dollars. The Codex Sassoon is believed to have been fabricated sometime between 880 and 960.
It's a mind blower.
It got its name in 1929 when it was purchased by David Solomon Sassoon, a son of an Iraqi Jewish business magnate who filled his London home with his collection of Jewish manuscripts. Sassoon's estate was broken up after he died, and the biblical codex was sold by Sotheby's in Zurich in 1978 to the British Rail Pension Fund for around $320,000 or $1.4 million in today's equivalent. So it's gone up quite a bit. By the way, Steve, do you remember the Sassoon jingle?
Ooh, Sassoon.
Ooh, la la, Sassoon.
Yeah, I do remember that.
La la.
So is this just the Torah, or is it the Old and New Testaments?
I don't know. It wouldn't be I doubt it would be the New Testament. No. But it's called the Hebrew Bible. You would have to look that up, Case. I don't know what all books are in the Hebrew Bible. So
okay,
but I mean that is it's a chunk of change.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I assume there's an audiobook version of that. Right?
Probably.
So it says here, Case, the text of the Hebrew Bible, which whose 24 books made up what the Christians call the Old Testament, remained in flux until the early Middle Ages. Blah blah blah. But basically, it's the Hebrew Bible is the Old Testament.
Yep. There you go. It's interesting. There are whole books that were not accepted for the Bible.
Yes,
you can dig up information about them, but they're loaded with supposed important stuff.
Well, there was
religion.
There was an episode of the TV series Millennium that dealt with an alternate version of the Bible that was being followed, and I forget the law. I'm a moron, but it is based on what you're saying, where there are companion biblical stories that are not adhered to, and so it's fascinating.
Yeah, I'm sure, absolutely.
But so fascinating that I completely forgot.
All right, should we wrap up there?
Yeah.
Close up shop. We have our buddy Glenn Howerton joining us at 10 o'clock. So maybe we can take a break, come back, get into the B file, and then talk to Glenn.
I love it.
And see how he is doing. So we will do that very thing. Let us return in just a moment with all of that. Stay put. We will be gone for just a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Finally. I wasn't given that gene. And you know, having said that, you know, so many things need to go right for a film or a play to work, or for a song or an album to work. And for instance, 24 was a perfect example. You know, it was my first foray into television. And for those out there that don't know, you make a pilot, you make the first episode, and then if it gets picked up, you then go make the first season. But if it doesn't, you still get paid.
Right.
And when, you know, I thought the likelihood of 24 getting picked up was pretty minimal. So I thought, you know, I'll go do the pilot. It won't get picked up. I'll still get paid. No one will know. And, you know, it was the luckiest gift I've ever had as an actor, and did it for a decade. So, wow. So I don't know if any of your kids want to get into film, probably the best bet is to not send me the script and ask me what I think.
Two real quick things, Kiefer. My mom drinks J&B, so you're not alone. You, my mom, and the Beatles. And you do play a great dick, because in A Few Good Men, you were really not likable at all. And you pulled it off successfully. I think you're a really likable person. I'm loving this conversation with you. But that movie, was it fun to be kind of a villain in that movie?
Well, it's, you know, it's those characters, and especially by design, like Ace Merrill and Lieutenant Kendrick in A Few Good Men, they're just designed to be that. There's no real depth to them. There's kind of a black and white character that this is who you're against.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they are so pointed as characters makes them very fun, because you just, all your energy goes into that. There's no complex layering. He's just, as you said on your radio station, he's a dick. You know, so lean into it.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
So that's fun.
Yeah.
It's got to be. All right, well, listen, Kiefer, we know you got to run. This has been so much fun to talk to you. We really appreciate it, and excited about the fact that you're coming into Philadelphia. Kiefer's show is going to be at the Ardmore Music Hall. It's on March 12th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at ardmoremusic.com. The album is called Bloor Street. Some great music. It's got a country vibe to it. If that's your thing, then you're definitely on board.
Yeah, it's very, very solid.
Yeah, so thanks so much, man.
Man, thank you guys so much. And Steve, I believe it's your happy birthday. So
no, it's Preston. It's Preston, but thank you.
Oh, is it Preston's birthday today?
Yeah. But I get one.
Man, I'm so sorry, but happy birthday.
Oh, dude,
come on.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Kiefer. Good luck with everything.
Cheers.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah. Wow. And there's so much more that we could have covered. Even we could have gone another hour.
Yeah,
just talking to him about all his movies. TV shows.
It's still an interesting thing though, because you have a guy who's of the vast movie career, but he is passionate about the music, and he really is sinking a lot into it. And if you do give it a listen, I mean, you did mention a little bit of Springsteen-esque. There's even a bit, I think, of Warren Zevon, and there's and it's personal, and he does a good job relaying that through the music.
I meant to and wanted to ask him about. He performed at the company's Christmas party. We weren't at that, but it was for national sales. And
no, you didn't want to bring.
Yeah, were you in here when we were talking?
Well, no. So I wanted to ask about Matt. So Matt Capper was the
organizer.
He was the master of ceremosas, and he wore a bright red fitted.
I saw you in Stand By Me. That was sick. Was that dead body real?
Played eighth.
You played eighth. That was sick.
Oh my God!
Are there really a few good men, or is there just one good man? Sick. Were the boys really lost?
Wait, he was wearing a red outfit,
a red suit? Blazer, like almost like a Santa Claus, but it was fitted perfectly to. Or imperfectly to his body.
I had a tailor-made. So can show my V. Sick.
Your V.
Casey, I was glad you got to bring up Stand By Me, because I think now you've been able to ask Rob Reiner, Will Wheaton, Jerry O'Connell.
Yep.
Now Kiefer,
probably Corey Feldman at some point, because we've had him on. We had him in studio. Back in...
I bet you could have asked River Phoenix if he was still alive.
By the way...
covered everybody.
On, I think it's Hulu. Hulu has a series, it's a Vice series, and they touch on there's a whole episode on River Phoenix, the Viper Room.
Heard about, I heard it's really good.
It's really, really good.
I'll tell you the thing about Stand By Me, and there are other movies like that you watch it and you dread almost the end of Stand By Me because, and it's a wonderful thing, and it's the way life works, but the sadness of what you had and
the
what
Sandlot, things like that.
It's the way things are.
Yeah,
And
it's what's important to you as a kid at that time. I mean, and
it means everything.
They're sitting around the fire, and he goes, "We talked about things that are important to kids at that time. What's your favorite flavor Pez? Or
Pez,
candy
flavor Pez.
and stuff like that." And it's just a simpler time that's great to reminisce about, and that's done so lovingly well. In that movie, so it's cool. I'm glad he had noticed. I said, "Yeah, I'm wearing my Castle Rock shirt." He's like, "Yeah, I noticed." Very cool, man.
Yeah, awesome. Great guy, great guest. I'd love to get him on again.
Our next guests are here to promote a movie of which the trailer is one that has made me laugh out loud. This morning, I kept watching this part over and over, absolutely cracking up. And we're going to ask these guys about it because I was just dying. And we welcome back a Philly boy to our studios. He's been here before. We love him. He's so great to this city. Kevin Hart is here, and Ice Cube is here as well. Hey, guys.
What's your man?
How you feeling? Doing great, man. Thank you guys for coming in.
Oh, thanks for having us.
Kevin,
hey, that's my line, homie.
You didn't work this out ahead of time?
Nah, man. See the problem I had to deal with?
There you go. Something tells me this was a lot of fun to work on the movie Right Along.
Yo, it was a lot of fun to work with. As soon as we can get Kevin, into the set, what I'm saying, to work, he did a pretty good job, you know what I mean?
You have no problems.
Getting him out them strip clubs is murder, you know what I'm saying? Picking glitter out his face, and, it's just not cool.
Not a regular at the Purple Orchid, are you, man?
Yeah, don't listen to this nonsense Cube is talking about. Dude, let me tell you something. Right now, we couldn't be more excited about a movie in our life, man. Me and Cube got the opportunity right now to have a film jump in the same conversations as these other buddy cop movies that have done so much. When you think buddy cop movies, you think
48
Bad
hours,
Rush Hours, 48 Hours.
I love them. There's a great dynamic, but the key with any movie like this to work is the chemistry, and it seems like you guys hit the ground running with it.
Instant chemistry, and that's kind of weird because with the other comedians that I've worked with over the years, we've had to build to a cool place, but it was instant with Kevin.
The plot conceit here is that you're an actual detective.
Yeah.
Kevin, you're a
pain in the ass.
School cop. Which you're going to marry your sister, who's your life. You're one connection through to the real world.
Yes, I've my character has taken care of my sister. Our parents are out the picture, and so she's almost like a daughter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you're very protective,
overprotective, and I'm on a big case. I'm trying to track down the biggest drug dealer in Atlanta. So the last thing I need is this fly in my ear by the name of Ben bugging me trying to marry my sister, and he's just not what I think he should be.
So you decided to take him on a ride along, which might kind of scare him out of this whole thing.
That's the plan, man. Just scare the hell out of him.
Right.
You're Denzel to his Ethan Hawke.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Training day upside down.
Yeah, upside down on his ear.
You know what's funny though? There's an aspect to it. I'm a gamer, so and you, Kevin, your character believes sort of in a way that because you're accomplished at video gaming, that would translate into the real world.
Yes, I solely believe that this is a real thing.
And I guarantee you, there are a lot of dudes, because you'll hear it when you're playing.
I can promise you there are.
There are a lot of dudes that think they could be dropped down in Fallujah and have no problem.
I can assure you that I've met these guys.
Yeah.
We were doing a press junket, and one of the guys, this guy, the blacknerds.com guy, he has a website called blacknerds.com.
Right.
And he was serious. He was like, I'm basically here for all black nerds. Give us a place to come, and we basically reside here, and we talk about things, But as a gamer, he was talking about himself as a gamer. As a gamer, I'm a different type of person. This world that I'm in, Kevin, I respect you for going there because it's me. I'm above a platinum level. I'm actually on the game that I play. There's a diamond level, and there's only and we didn't know what the hell he was talking about. We're like, hey man, ask me about the movie, man. I don't know what you talking about, man.
The scene I was referring to when I introduced you guys is you're both interrogating this guy, and Cube, you're saying, you better tell me what I need to know. And Kevin's character decides to act like he's the crazy cop and just starts wigging out on the guy and accidentally shoots him. Your reaction, Kevin, your face, just the immediate switch it went off to, oh my God, I just shot this guy. And then Cube, you pick it up. He just shot you. That's right, how serious we are. When you did that scene, were you the one who pulled the trigger on the gun, or did they surprise you with that bang? Or
no? Well, on the day, actually, we were trying to figure it out because first of all, they don't like me with guns on the set. I'm the last person they want with a gun, just because I just don't know how to handle them in real life. So Cube's like, Kev, hey, make sure somebody check Kev's gun, show me that it's blank. His thing is me shooting him by accident. So on the day, of course, it's empty, and we just sound affected.
Okay,
so we just it's just physical, and then after that, you sound affected at the end.
Damn, that was funny.
And the director is
Tim Story.
Tim Story, who did
Barbershop, Fantastic Four, and Think Like a Man.
Great movie. Now, Barbershop, I assume there was an improvisational atmosphere. Did you get to do a lot of improving on a movie like this?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I think when you get it right, you start off with a funny script that you're laughing at out loud when you're reading it, and you make sure that script is tight, but you do leave room for the actors to play. And Tim says, get it off the script once, and then y'all can have fun with it. And then, this dude, he don't stop. You know what I mean? He don't stop.
I improv because I can't read. So I basically, I have problems with my T's, H's, and R's. So I'd rather just wing it sometimes.
You got the Danny Glover thing going on.
If I don't recognize the word, I just go off book. That's my motto.
Kevin, I have to indicate how proud Philadelphia is of your success.
Thank you, man.
I mean, because you've been here in our studio before, and I remember last time you were here was back in 2009. You were playing the Tower Theater. That's a big room, and we were all impressed at how you were, continuing in your success on the way up. And then the next thing, you're selling out the Wells Fargo Center, man.
Yeah.
Dude,
it's amazing.
It's unheard of, man. I try not to think about it because I don't want to go crazy.
Well, you know what? To me, you're doing it the right way because it seems like you keep you enjoy your work and you enjoy your personal life and you keep them both. Yeah. Because you don't, you're not. They don't get blurred. I think guys who let that get blurred end up, they're
bizarre file, and then we got a guest joining us.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by CSB Media Arts Center. You can train for a career in broadcast media, web development, social media, marketing, and filmmaking at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill. GoCSB.com. That's GoCSB.com. We'll start with a tragic story. Get this out of the way.
All right.
But a toddler died after a boat ferrying more than 30 villagers across the Shire River in Malawi was attacked by a hippopotamus, causing it to overturn. The 23 passengers, 23 of the boat's 37 passengers were missing and feared dead in the water, which is infested with crocodiles and hippos. But more likely, people probably drowned. I mean, there was in a river.
Yeah.
Rescuers are continuing searching for the missing persons. It's dangerous to cross the river, and accidents are common. A spokesperson said it's too dangerous because the river is too shallow. And in this river, there are crocodiles that most of the time attack people. Hippopotamus also cause incidents like the one we're dealing with. So
we pointed out many times that they kill more people in Africa than any other animal.
So yeah, apparently they can snap a canoe in half.
Yeah,
with their jaws if they need to. So this one attacked the canoe and people fell, and it's terrible. All right, little lighter nature story. The DeLuc family had an unusual guest appear at their home. It was a moose.
A moose?
Yes.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The family's
so many moose stories.
Motion camera alerted them that they had an unexpected visitor making a ruckus outside their house.
I'm going in there and I'm going to make a ruckus.
The Sherry Hirschler said, we hosed her down with the help of the fire department. She was tranquilized and loaded into a truck. Mass Wildlife State Deer.
Just like Flashdance.
And moose biologist Martin Fian said the approximately 2-year-old moose is recovering and is expected to be fine. He said she's doing pretty well. She did also have a pretty bad case of winter tick, which can be lethal. And she's pretty lethargic from it, but will recover most likely.
I mean, again, that's another animal that can murder your ass.
Oh, yeah. A can of beer, a semi-automatic pistol, and a dune buggy were factors in a deadly confrontation in Florida on Friday. A Florida man allegedly threw a beer can as a dune buggy passed him, then fatally shot the driver after a confrontation. So the guy who threw the beer can shot the driver. The alleged
That's
shooter,
just bad cricket.
Wallace Mannon Kirkland, was standing on the side of the road with his wife and their neighbor when another man drove by in a dune buggy. Kirkland either, quote, attempted to or did throw a beer can over the vehicle as it passed, leading to the confrontation between the driver and Kirkland.
Have there been any exchange up to this point?
Well, yeah, they have had exchanges
They'd
before.
had words.
But after exiting his vehicle, the driver allegedly said, "I'm going to kill you," to Kirkland.
And followed through.
No. This
okay.
is the driver saying that. And when the two men were within 4 feet of each other, Kirkland allegedly pulled out the gun and shot the man in the chest with a Ruger. And prompted the victim to say he couldn't believe Wallace Kirkland shot him. Witnesses to the incident told authorities they couldn't see any weapons in the victim's hand, and the affidavit noted that the victim was both outnumbered and physically smaller than Kirkland and his neighbor. The victim attempted to run to his vehicle and drive away, but he lost consciousness and later died at a nearby hospital. Based on multiple interviews by witnesses, it appeared that Mr. Kirkland and the victim had several verbal altercations in the past.
Have you ever been on a dune buggy and ridden around on the dunes?
I would love to. You have?
I did it in Pink Coral Sands in Utah.
I did years ago when I was a kid. It's cool, isn't it?
It was awesome. And so we were following our guide, and our guide was not going slow. And I thought I was going really fast, and I couldn't keep up with that guy.
All right, one last story, and then our guest. The world's first vagina museum, which was forced to close earlier this year, has been relocated on a new premises.
So, okay.
But the London-based attraction must raise $85,000 by early June in order to secure the 6-year lease on the new property.
What's contained within the Vagina Museum?
Lots of vaginas.
Okay.
But can you imagine what the doors must look like?
Right, exactly.
And the doorbell as well. It is so
above
far
the doors.
raised. It's hard to reach.
Yeah.
Once you get it,
Once you get it, yeah.
It's so far raised $43,000 with more than $32,000 from the public and $11,500 behind the scenes.
I find if you reach your arm under that in against the wall,
you can find
you'll get a good reaction.
What happens then?
Yeah, then the entire
museum-
building shakes.
So it does exist.
It's there. You
Yeah.
just got to look for it. The museum says that it is a now or never situation and fears permanent closure if the funds are not raised. Florence Schechter, the director of
run the Vagina Museum.
Said this is crunch time. We have every faith that we will meet
Crunch
our
time with the
fundraising
Vagina
goal,
Museum.
within this time frame. So last year they hosted an exhibition called Muff Busters, Vagina Myths and How to Fight Them. And they also had the exhibition's Periods, a brief history from A to V. And they asked if they could get some help with this. So
it kind of sounds like they have a fun spirit.
Dude, they were in Camden Market in London in 2019. When did we go there for the Eagles game?
2018.
Oh, we just missed
Surprised the
Vagina
NFL
Museum.
hasn't linked up with the Vagina Museum.
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's my last story in the Bizarre File for
All
you.
right.
Our next guest is on the line, and he looks ravishing. We can see him via Zoom today, and I'm surprised he didn't stick with the haircut.
No.
But he has gone back to au naturel. The new movie is called Blackberry. Steve, you were raving about this film.
I loved this movie.
It's in theaters now. We want to welcome the one and only Mr. Glenn Howerton to the show.
What's up, guys?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
Congratulations on Blackberry, Glenn. It is, listen, this sits right in my wheelhouse. I would sit and watch the Steve Jobs keynote speeches live. I mean, I'm a tech geek, and this is a pivotal point in the history of tech and tech nerdishness. And it's a story I was sort of unaware of. It's the beginning of the BlackBerry and the people behind it. And it's a meteoric rise and a precipitous fall, and it's just amazing.
Well, I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah.
It's a crazy story that weirdly in this world where I feel like with these giant tech companies, I feel like we kind of know the stories behind the people. Like the people behind them are often, I don't know, already mythologized and have become brands of their own. And with BlackBerry, I find that most people, including myself, didn't know anything about the company or how it came to be, or
No, I was very aware of a lot of this. I'd follow, the tech journals, and I'd read up on these different advances. When the original iPhone came out, I got it the day it came out. But what the story focuses in on, and in a way, it's nostalgic because it all goes back to these nerdy guys who were the heroes. And you play a character and a real life man, Jim Balil. I hope I'm pronouncing that Basile.
Balsley.
Balsley. Okay, I can't get that right, but and it's an interesting dynamic for your character and for this real person. Is that everything tells you to not like him. However, he is essential to facilitating technology the way we all have it today. So is that something that impressed you immediately upon taking this character on?
Yeah, I'm drawn to characters that are, I guess I like the challenge of making a character who I think would normally be seen as unlikable and somehow get the audience behind that character.
Yeah.
I just think that's a lot of fun to watch. I do think that there is a difference between liking a character and rooting for a character. I think you can, and I think with Jim, although audiences seem to be actually getting to the point where they really do like the guy, but I think that that's only because you can understand why he does the things that he does, and he's right in terms of what he has to do in order to build the company out to what it becomes. If he hadn't done such outrageous things, then the company never would have become what it became. And so I think you can get behind that a little bit, even though sometimes his methods are a little questionable.
Exactly.
But I think it's also fun. It's also fun watching people do crazy things that you would never do in your real life, as we've shown for many years on It's Always Sunny.
That's so true.
So you mentioned, outrageous, crazy story. I have not seen the film yet. Steve has and has mentioned that as well. Without betraying too much or giving too much away, what are some of the outrageous things that we might not know about that took place that this is going to reveal? I don't want you to tell the whole story because we want to see it, but I do want to get a taste of something that's like over the top.
Well, there's what if I may jump in here, Glenn? You have these guys who are Jim, your character is a Harvard educated. I assume they made mention of that, and that he's a wheeler dealer. He's a Wolf of Wall Street type, and these guys are purely on the tech level. Preston, they go out to a lunch. And they're geeky. There's Douglas and Mike, and these are the two guys, the two geniuses behind the tech. And he takes out his wallet to pay for the lunch, and it's a Ninja Turtles wallet. So there's you're dealing with guys wearing Doom shirts and all this stuff.
Sure.
And there's these last minute tech saves. These two worlds that should not come together do. And you're dealing with people who are used to playing video games with you, who's a straight ahead, get the business done kind of thing. There's not it's not Animal House, but the way it progresses it almost has that feel. Correct?
That's an interesting comparison. Just to give you another example, though, Preston, of something crazy that they really did. Was they were having trouble. They had a limit. They had what's called a network limit load. So they could only put 500,000 phones on Verizon's network at one time without essentially, destroying the network.
Mm-hmm.
And they were in the middle of a possible hostile takeover from Palm Pilot. So Jim Balsley had to go out and sell more phones in order to boost the stock price of the product. Yet he was doing that knowing that he was going to, overextend Verizon's network.
To decimate it.
Yes, and so in order to solve that problem, the tech guys had to actually hack Verizon's towers. They figured out a solve for the problem, but they knew Verizon wasn't going to go for it, so they hacked their towers in order to make it work. And then Jim was able to get upwards of, I think, 2 million phones going at the same time.
Wow.
I mean, that's so basically it'd be like inventing the iPhone, selling them, and not knowing how to make it work.
Well, it's like the fake it till you make it thing.
That's basically
and then
it.
we'll worry about that later.
Outlandish hubris.
And a lot of times that doesn't pay off, but every now and then they get lucky.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But it's things like that, and there's a things like that throughout the movie that you see that create a tremendous amount of tension. I mean, one of the things I love about the film that I really was drawn to about it is like it feels like a thriller. It's a drama, it's a thriller, but it's also funny.
It's very much like there's a movie called the Pirates of Silicon Valley, which is the story of Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, and it was it was a made-for-TV thing, but anything like that, or The Social Network, or any of these sort of foundational, tech, the early days of the Aaron Sorkin Steve Jobs movie. It's a peek behind those people that changed the world, and it's fascinating to watch it.
Yeah, I agree.
Glenn, so it stars you and then Jay Baruchel and Matt Johnson, and Matt wrote and directed the movie as well. And I saw a couple interviews where Jay was just speaking really glowingly about Matt Johnson and wanting to work with him for a while. I didn't know about him until this movie came out. Had you known about Matt Johnson before? Had you ever worked with him? And what was your experience like with him as the writer, director, and co-star?
He was terrific. I had never heard of Matt prior to this. I think... he's very proudly been working on Canadian projects in Canada for many years, although, his first movie that he made was a movie called The Dirties, and I think it went to Slam Dance, possibly Sundance, but definitely Slam Dance. And then his second movie, Operation Avalanche, was at Sundance. So, he's definitely expanded outside of Canada, but he's really well known within Canada, and especially amongst comedy people. He's mostly also known for comedy.
He's hilarious.
And he did, so after having read the script, I was so impressed with the script, and then I watched his other movies and was just blown away at what he was able to achieve on a micro budget with, almost no resources, total DIY guerrilla filmmaking style stuff. And then he did this show called Nirvana the Band, the show.
Okay.
All right. Which a lot of people in the United States have never heard of, but it was a big cult show in Canada, much the same way the first couple seasons of Sunny were. And when I watched that, I could tell, I was like, oh, he and I have the same sensibility here. We have the same idea of what's funny and what, and the show. Yeah. So I was so impressed with him. And then in speaking to him, he was just clearly a highly, highly intelligent person who knew what he wanted.
The script is so precise, and there's so many references. It's so rich, and I mean, I love a well-scripted, well-paced movie like this with lots of laughs that are organic, that are not forced. And there are other actors that pop up. Jay Baruchel obviously is in it, as Nick believe mentioned. To see Carrie Elways and Michael Ironside and an actor I love, Saul Rubinek, who's been in a number of things. All really great character actors, really batting it out of the park. But just the look of the film and the music of the time, it begins with Arthur C. Clarke talking about the way the technology is going to be going. And Preston, the music that we were playing at Y100 and all that sort of stuff is throughout it. It just has a great feel. The movie's getting incredible reviews. It's 98% on Rotten Tomatoes. Wow. So that's... Obviously, you get involved in a project like this, and we remember you with your haircut and everything, for this role. It has to hit you. I mean, you invest the time, you know it's going to be good, but you don't always fully know it's going to be good. It's got to be really a sigh of relief at this point, correct?
Yeah. It's a risk for sure. But, you do as best you can to mitigate against that risk. You can tell. I mean, I certainly feel like I can tell when a script is good, when it's working, when it's cooking, when the person that I'm working with is somebody that I can trust their taste. So you feel a little bit more comfortable taking risks on set as an actor, doing crazy things and trusting that if they don't work, the director is not going to be stupid and put them in. So that but at the end of the day, you never know. You never know if something's going to turn out. And also you can make something really great and it gets widely ignored. This movie has, I think like almost 130 reviews.
Yeah, and it's still at 98%.
And it's still at 98%.
That's a good sign.
You did it.
You did something right. Yeah.
Dude, Glenn, you just said something I never thought of that an actor's concern might be, is that as a director or a scene is getting, you're doing several takes and you're trying different things and you kind of branch out and go a little bit in a direction that might be different for a different take, not realizing that it was bad, and they might actually keep that in the movie or show. I've never even considered that. And that might be why some actor might go, I'm not going to do that.
Right. You know I don't want to end up looking like a jerk. Yeah.
No, that's a lot of actors. They get burned really bad once or twice by a director who asks them to do something that they feel like is stupid or silly, and everything in their instinct is like, that doesn't feel right. And the director's like, look, let me just give me one. You've given me 5 the way that you want to do it. Just give me one. If it doesn't work, I promise I won't use it. And then the actor does that and makes himself look like a jackass, at least in his eyes.
Yeah.
And then that's the take that the director uses. And by the way, the director may be right. The actor may be wrong, but if the actor thinks that he looks like a jackass, then, he's never going to do that again for another director, which is sad.
It's funny to hear somebody who's on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia worry about being a jackass. Glenn, you and I are about the same age. I consider Raiders of the Lost Ark and Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade to be 2 of the best movies of all time, and there are a lot of Raiders nods in Blackberry. Was that? Did you notice it when you read the script? And what did you think of that when you guys were actually filming it?
Yeah, there are a lot of references in the movie to a lot of different things. But yeah, no, I definitely picked up on it. I didn't, obviously, because it was in the script. I don't think it was written this way in the script, but the way he shot that final scene, which I don't want to give away what's happening, but you're in a warehouse, and it's very clearly a really beautiful nod to the final warehouse scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
And also just really cool that we were able to use those clips from the movies in our film, which is pretty crazy.
Well, there's an opening montage of all sorts of telecommunications scenes and phone scenes and, from movies and pop culture. And it's really just in general, it's sort of a love letter to pop culture based around tech. But again, when a movie is scripted and it can make you're tense and you're watching and how's this going to work out, and even though you know how it works out, that's a sign of a really competent directing, script writing, acting. So if you compare and contrast you and your role on Sunny, again, though there's no element of humor here with you in the way you are responding to things and the way that you're juggling things, it can't help but make the audience, I think, smile, because when someone is myopic and is as focused as he is, we have to say in our lives, we sometimes we don't like people like that, but sometimes you need people like that to make you say, stop this nonsense. Here's how you're going to get what you want to achieve. And so finding that exact tone that was a bit different from It's Always Sunny, did that take a lot of time, or did you immediately click it?
Well, it was really on the page. I mean, it was really in the script. I took all my cues from the script. And in talking to Matt, we knew we wanted there to be sort of a massive dichotomy between the culture of the tech guys and the culture that Jim came from, that my character came from. 2 completely different cultures that complement each other insofar as you need the tech in order to have something for a guy like Jim to sell. Otherwise, it doesn't work, obviously. But I think, like you said, the movie really is a love letter to that time period, but it's also a love letter to, and what I think the movie captures so well is that geek culture that gave rise to and continues to give rise to the most innovative technologies in the world. You know, that the fact that the only reason anyone was interested in the cell phone the way that they were interested in it was because of the, you know, those things that they had in Star Trek, like
communicators. Yeah. There's a scene where they have to in 24 hours put together a demo that they're going to show the folks at Verizon. They're going to show, you know, a model, right? So they go to the toy store and they're pulling pieces off of a CNC and they're doing all these things and sort of vulcanizing and, you know, and just jamming them together and get a working model. And they do that in a day, less than a day. And there they are in front of this boardroom the next day. But those are the moments. I think of that classic picture of where the first, quote unquote, Apple computer was built in a garage. And that, you know, I mean, I'm massively impressed by that vision. And, you know, but for their genius, we would not have the conveniences that we have today. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and apparently, and I didn't know this, but Mike Lazaridis, which is Jay Baruchel's character, who was the real big brains behind the BlackBerry phone. I feel like I heard Matt say that he also invented. I don't know. You guys fact check me on this, please. I think he also invented predictive text.
No doubt. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because he really was, you know, he was a programmer at heart. He was an engineer, and a brilliant guy. And, you know, a lot of those guys, their influences came from, you know, the sci-fi movies that they grew up watching and the sci-fi shows that they grew up watching and the video games that they played.
We always ask that question: is what we're seeing a result of people? Do we read science fiction based on what the tech people are suggesting might be, or are the tech people following what they've read in science fiction? Because there seems to be, it's often too close. And you look at all the things that came off of the Star Trek series, the original, like the communicator and so on and so forth. You know, we had this discussion with my wife the other day. I said, there was a time when I thought, how in the hell are they going to be able to know exactly where you are and give you directions second to second in your car? How's that going to happen? And then it happened. So, and there's a lot of that thinking, like as you said before, during the hostile takeover, when they are forced to figure out how to allow that many more users to be on at the same time, and they do it. It's like it's Apollo 13 and that same, you know, the NASA lead up and how we got to the moon. It's all that same sort of spirit in this movie.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you picked up on all that. Like, I think that's why people are responding to it. I think it's an exciting movie to watch, and I think. What sets it apart in some ways from other movies like it is the tone, which is it's not all those things, but then it is also funny.
Right. Yeah, that's perfect. Speaking of funny, 16th season of Sunny coming up on June 7th. Seen some pictures here and there. Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul coming up this season. Did you know them, either one of them at all, before filming with them on the show?
Yeah, Aaron and I have been friends for a long time, many years. And, you know, we've been talking about trying to get him on the show. He's also been a fan of the show for a long time. So we've been talking about trying to get Aaron on, and we actually almost had him on. I can't remember what season it was, but he was supposed to play. He was actually originally going to play Country Mac.
That would have been
great. But it was when he was doing that. I don't know. He was doing like that Need for Speed movie or something.
Yeah. You know what, man? We were supposed to have him in studio to promote that movie, and we got blasted with a snowstorm. I'm so bummed because I've watched Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul and El Camino 5 times all the way through. I'm just such a huge fan of his. Can you tell him I said hi?
Yes, I will tell him you said hi. He's also just the loveliest dude, man.
I believe it.
Like, just the sweetest dude in real life. It's crazy. I adore him.
Lots of cameo appearances, not necessarily cameos, but you know, some stars that we'll recognize through the season, or those two of the biggies.
Chase Utley, right?
I can. Oh yeah. Chase is Chase is doing thing with us. It's so funny. I can never remember.
Dude, we can't remember what we did at 7:00 this morning.
We're not kidding. Yeah,
I know exactly what you're talking
about. We completely forget, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Good. I'm like, who was on?
Hey,
we only shot it a couple months ago, but I can't remember.
I did want to see have you been to a Wrexham game yet? Have you had that opportunity to go over and see the team play live?
Yeah, we did about a month ago, almost exactly a month ago. We were over there. We did a couple of live shows. Dude, this was crazy. I mean, we did two shows at Royal Albert Hall in London.
That's the podcast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The Always Sunny podcast live, which we've done a couple of these. Well, we did a couple in Philly, as you, and that was really the only other time we'd done it. Then we played Royal Albert Hall, and then we played in Dublin at the O2 Arena.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
No, O2's in.
That's in England.
That's in England.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's a O3 Arena?
Sure. It's one of those O's. In Europe, it always has to start with an O.
But it's like a 9,000 seat venue. It was huge. It's the biggest venue we've ever played by far, and it was an absolute blast. Anyway, while we were over there, we were also shooting some content for our whiskey brand, Four Walls, which is going to be hopefully out wide and in Philly, hopefully by September. I think we're going to have Four Walls and on shelves in Philly.
Awesome.
But we were doing some stuff over there, and then while we were over there, luckily Wrexham had a couple games, and we got to watch one match. We were supposed to go to one match in London, but the owner of the London team did some weird shit and tried to throw us there. But we ended up going to the Wrexham game in Wrexham, and it was wild, super weird to hear an entire stadium of people singing your buddy's name.
Yeah.
Oh my God, are they singing the song that Ryan wrote for him?
No, they weren't singing that. They were singing. There's this like tune that they've come up with where it's like, "Bring on the Deadpool" and Rob McElhenney.
I love
this rousing song about how Deadpool and Rob McElhenney have come in to save their town.
Oh my
That's
God.
true. The reality show is terrific as well. Seeing all that, seeing the way the town has responded, basically brought back from the depths and just ignited. It's amazing to watch it.
Yeah, it's an awesome show. It's so good. It's so entertaining and so heartwarming and such an incredible story. And I don't know, man. It's been, and then the fact that they actually won the league this year,
I know,
pulled it off is just.
Yeah,
I mean, it's wild, man. I'm blown away. I think the show's fantastic.
And they're just the heroes of that town. It's just it's crazy that they are coming through. It's just I'm blown away.
Yeah. It's you would, if you were to tell this story to someone, they would not believe it, but it is a real.
Because it seemed like a couple of guys just sure, we'll invest in that. Why not? Yeah, we'll see what happens, and it's happening. It's pretty amazing. Wow. All right, well, listen, Glenn, it's happening for you as well. Congrats on the advance word on this, and we'll spread the word to get people out to make sure that they know that Blackberry is in theaters now and that it's a great movie. It's funny, it's intense, it's a wild story.
I love this movie. I'm going to watch it again, and I'm going to predict there's going to be some sort of consideration award-wise for you, sir, because you are amazing in this movie. It is phenomenal.
Oh man, thank you so much. We'll see. I mean, I've the words have all eluded me thus far. So,
well, just stay modest and see what happens.
Yeah.
You're the Wrexham of actors.
This is your year.
Excellent.
Yes, I'm gonna win the league this year.
All right, we love you, Glenn. Thanks for joining us, man.
Love you guys too. Thank you.
Take
so
care,
much.
Glenn Howerton, guys. Man, oh man, I can't wait to see this.
I geek out on stuff like this, but it is, again, when you see, and it's funny. I mean, there's so many just throwaway gags that are organic to the people in the movie, and everything from the classic things of the guys who are not taking everything too seriously, but they really know their tech, and they're trying to meld with button-down business people.
Yeah.
So these button-down business people are saying these guys are onto something, but they're not sincere. They're not, they don't get what they're capable of.
Yeah.
And seeing that happen, Think about, Preston, over the years, the different tech we've had. It's amazing,
Excellent. All right, well, it's called BlackBerry. It's out now. It's almost 10:30, and that was our Bizarre File break.
What?
We got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Listening to the radio while driving through Philly.
I think so.
Or,
I'll take that.
Or Steve is the gamer. I don't know, something, man. We go to Steve's house. He's got all types of weird gaming artifacts.
You and I are drinking milk together.
Something. I like it.
I did want to say, though, on behalf of the city and everything, your generosity has been fantastic.
Thank you, man.
A whole bunch of computers. And there was that little incident where some of them were clipped.
Yeah, they stole them.
Stole computers. You're trying to do something good for the city.
Oh, son of a...
Now, Steve, I mean, Kevin, you didn't donate the computers and then steal them back.
No, listen.
That ain't cool.
I didn't steal
Kevin,
them back.
that ain't cool.
Here's the thing. Let me tell you something about old Kevin Hart. See, here's the thing. You can't keep old Kevin Hart down. At the end of the day, I bleed Philadelphia. So at the end of the day, I step up for my city. And I understand where our public school system is, and I understand the problems that we're going through. So rather than being a talker, I took it upon myself to take my own money, $250,000 I did. I took it out of my account, and I bought the computers. I didn't want any help. I didn't go after sponsors. So being that somebody came in and stole them, all you do is motivate me to do more and to do it bigger. And at the end of the day, my job is to just give kids hope that are in the same position that I was in, that are coming up in the same community that I was in, to show them that, hey, look, you know what, guys care, people do come back. These guys don't make it out the city and just go on to do whatever. The fact that they still physically see me and they can still talk to me and reach me, that's all I need. I know that I'm reaching somebody and giving them that motivation. Cube, I'm such a good dude.
Yeah.
You are a good dude. You are a good dude.
All right, well, listen, the movie is opening up on the 17th. Like I said, it looks hilarious. And as Steve said, we're looking at a franchise, I think. I mean,
it looks that way,
It looks great. It's called Ride Along. Make sure you go check it out. Thank you, Kevin Hart and Ice Cube. Good luck with everything.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, man.
You bet. Let's hear it, man. Ice Cube.
I had somebody tell me yesterday, I'm going to bring it back to this. They were like, it was so enlightening to hear you guys talk about a female-based product, the menstrual cup, not fart jokes and porn.
Here we are.
We're back.
And we just did it all.
Don't worry.
We did it all.
Absolutely.
Hey, this might be the perfect opportunity. All right, Marissa, I sent you guys this instructional video.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday. Did you watch it?
I heard you watching it in the office, and I could hear it, and I'm like, what? It's got to be some sort of sex toy or something.
So it's this bizarre product, and I sent it to all of you guys. And the subject line I used was instructional video. Please watch. Nobody got back to me. Like not one person responded to me, and I'm like, did I offend Marissa and Kathy? Well, I know I didn't offend Kathy because she was in the same room. But
that's a terrible feeling when you send out something you think, oh my God, did I cross the line?
Right.
And I wanted to watch it, and you were making such a thing about it that I wanted to not be distracted, and I never got around to it.
Marissa, see if you can grab the audio from that, and I don't know if it's fully, if we can play it or not, but there are specific body parts. I don't think it talks about insertion or anything like that, but it is this quote-unquote massage piece of machinery that is one of the most involved-looking things I've ever seen. If it's indeed made for, it has to be.
Back here is the carburetor.
Oh my God,
yeah, it's complicated.
Oh,
It is.
yeah, and it is there for pleasure, right? You know, if you make it all the way through, okay, you know, because things go in things, and other things go in other things, and
there are some things that and we've talked. I remember one time we did. I think we were doing an appearance at maybe Brisquet's store or whatever when it existed, and. There were things in there I would have thought were actually involved in construction that were that there's no way that is a sexual thing.
But Kath, when you were talking about sending things to people, and I have done that, I've sent things to you, and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, and then I go, oh wait, no, she has sent me the picture of that guy sitting on the on the side of his bed
with his giant penis.
with his giant thing hanging out. I'm like, okay, I think I might be safe here.
I love when they will insert. They will have like a dignitary at some meeting, like a parliament, and they will insert that picture in one of the frames behind him.
Dude, the latest one, it was a COVID test. Yep. And I sent it to Kathy. I'm like, dude, I think I came back positive, and she's like, dude, I got this like 3 days ago.
I didn't say that. I sent you a screenshot of the text that Preston sent me
I had
that
already
said,
sent
I
it
think
to
I
her.
tested positive.
There was only one person I wanted to send that to, and that was Kathy. Yeah, listen, I bought Kathy for one of her birthdays like a butthole polisher one time.
Aw.
Right?
Yeah,
I thought it was nice.
Right?
Yeah. So you can't cross the line with her. No. I don't think so.
No, I don't get offended by anything. I don't think it's all funny, but
Yeah.
I don't.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
but I don't get offended if you
Yeah.
get me a butt plug.
Like I've
Whatever.
lost, I traded in, and I've always said this. I say of offensive things all the time. I do not have the right to get offended. You know, it's just it's my deal.
Right.
If I dish it out, I have to be able to take it.
Right.
But if Kathy ever wanted to get us fired,
Oh my God!
Jesus. Oh yeah, there's so much ammo. It's not even.
Then all you have to do
remotely
is
funny.
show the text from her on the phone.
Yeah.
You'll be reinstated.
I will also
my mind.
I will also think of the time that you put a Sharpie in my butt crack, and you don't remember that, but I do. I'm
No.
like, yes.
Did I draw on your butt?
No. I was like bent over, and my crack was showing, and you were like,
Wow. Okay.
Do we have it over the audio?
No, I don't. Are you editing it?
It might
Marissa?
have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's you don't need to. We don't need to hear all of it. It's just I want to get the tone of this guy that is doing the narration for it. That is actually the instruction. It's like he's being as serious as you can possibly be about it.
I love that.
And talking about this stuff that's just like
It's like these things, and we never play these fully, but
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
yeah.
there's a much longer piece of that. But I love. And
What is the exact product?
I don't
it's like
even
a pleasure
know.
device. It's
Okay.
something you buy for, and
It's
there's.
got to be extremely expensive
Yeah,
because
I-
it's super
I
complicated.
was curious as to what the cost was, but it's for the front and the back and the underneath.
Simultaneously?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And
is
the
it
thing
like
that
a,
goes
is it
in the
like a
back-
Sibian?
The thing that goes in the back, no, it's like nothing you've ever seen before.
Is it a revolution in home entertainment?
Like I can't even explain it.
okay, so remember when we were talking about packing a flounder before?
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay. So there's essentially this thing that packs a flounder for you, but it's there to
here we
stimulate things.
Oh.
So it,
Okay.
But it's just wild that, like, Press, you talk about the narration, but like somebody also had to animate this,
Yes,
Like,
there's a professional animator with it too. Here, I'll play some of it.
Before using the Shinfly full coverage men's massager, all body parts in contact with the massager and the massager itself shall be fully cleaned.
Uh-huh.
After assembling the massager, lock the rear massage bar in the initial position, adjust the front massage bar to the maximum angle away from the body, and tie the belt at the waist.
There's a belt.
Smear
Okay.
the orange lubricant on the anus and
Oh,
surround.
whoa, you got to watch that one.
She missed that.
She missed that one.
That's okay.
I would say
The anus sensor. Yeah. So.
So
It is funny what we can and can't say because it's all technical terms.
it is.
You
But
know,
we've got there are some.
a little bit cooler than usual. High of about 67 degrees, 68 degrees, but lots of sunshine. Tomorrow, 72, 71 on Saturday, maybe some rain, and then Sunday we're looking at 77 degrees and partly cloudy skies. Silesianium.
Silesianum. Just say Sally's.
I keep hearing you remember that movie Elysium?
Yes.
That's what I keep hearing.
All right.
I just keep thinking of Glappy.
Glappy. Yes. Somebody wrote, don't worry, be Glappy. All right. So anyhow, Sally's.
Yes.
In Wilmington, you guys are voting for coolest teacher. All right. And I'm sorry I've butchered the name of your school many times over and over today. I'm a little out of it today.
I'm way out of it.
Yeah. I don't know what the story is.
I can feel the baby kicking.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Well, listen, Kathy's out sick, so maybe there's something floating around here. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, I'm just stupid.
But if you go to Sally's, text the word teacher to 39333. You get to vote for coolest teacher. We had Melissa Murphy from Northern Burlington High School as our first winner this year. And we'll find out who is the next one tomorrow. And it continues on and on and on. All right, we're going to do the lesson question today. We are going to give away a pair of tickets to the Atlantic City Beer and Music Festival. See, I can't even say that. Which is coming up June 3rd and 4th at Bader Field. The question is this morning, what kind of hole has little egg thingies? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. What kind of hole has little egg thingies? 215-263-WMMR. If you know the answer, call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Dilling HVAC. For a limited time, Dilling will tune up your AC system for just $59 and offer no payments for 12 months on a new system install. So book now at DILLING HVAC.com. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Johnny Depp is being paid $20 million to be the spokesman for Dior's Sauvage cologne. Dior says they're working with Depp to open his mouth wider so people don't think he's selling sausage.
Hey!
It premiered in 2007, and now Hulu has released a teaser for the latest season of The Kardashians. To quote the teaser, if you thought you knew everything about The Kardashians, you have been right for 22 years. And finally, actress Sydney Sweeney calling her experience filming Anyone But You in Australia the best professional experience of her life. Sweeney says she and co-star Glenn Powell really hit it off once they realized they both enjoyed her sitting on his face.
Wow.
That's your Hollywood.
All righty, we are looking for an answer to this question, which is what kind of hole has little egg thingies? 215-263-WMMR. And we will go to Ryan to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Ryan, morning.
Good morning.
All right, Ryan, what kind of hole has little egg thingies?
It's the fuzzy hole.
Fuzzy.
Preston and Steve's Music News.
We're getting right into music news. Hang on, Ryan.
No, we're not.
Stop it.
Actually, yes, I need to tell him what he won. So we're going to give Ryan some tickets. We're going to give him two, I believe.
Two?
A pair to the Atlantic City Beer and Music Festival, June 3rd and 4th at Bader Field.
There we go.
Presented by Ocean Casino Resort.
A little late.
Featuring over 100 breweries, pouring 400 beers. Dropkick Murphys performing on June 3rd and 311 on June 4th. Visit acbeerfest.com for tickets. All right, now we can do this.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. Brought to you by Mulchworks. Mulchworks of Aston offers the highest quality mulch and topsoil is manufactured on site, and they also have leaf compost, decorative stone, pavers, and more. Delivery or pickup for residential and commercial markets. You can visit mulchthis.com. Foo Fighters have just dropped Under You, the second lyric video from their 11th studio album, But Here We Are, set for release on June 2nd. We played it yesterday.
I like it.
And it's a good, catchy Foo Fighters song. But they've announced a new streaming event, which is set for Sunday, May 21st. So this month, Sunday. You can tune in for a free global streaming event, they say in the announcement, featuring debut performances of new songs, behind-the-scenes footage, and a few surprises.
Ooh.
So the streaming will be 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, exclusively on Veeps, which I'm not familiar with Veeps. But if you're a diehard fan, I'm sure you can dig around and find what they are talking about. VEEPS is how that's spelled, but that's on Sunday. And then only one other quick thing, and that's it. Weezer provided entertainment to writers on strike picketing outside of Paramount Pictures. And according to TMZ, the band played some of their biggest hits, including Beverly Hills and Buddy Holly. We actually have a couple of clips from their performances. So let's see what that... And is it cell phone footage or is it okay?
It's cell phone,
All right, here we go.
Look at all those movie stars, they're all so when the housemates rub the floor, they get your spaces in between. I wanna live my life like that. I wanna be just like the king. Take my picture by the pole, 'cause I'm an Beverly Hills, rolling like a celebrity.
It's almost like being there.
Yeah. They're getting some really good concerts, these writers.
Here's Buddy Holly. That truck that's from that, right? It's not no truck driving by the front of the building. Okay.
it's nice that they're doing that.
Yeah, it's really cool of them to do that. So,
and it's also a smart move if you get in good with the writers. Let's say you have a project coming down the road. Right?
Might write you into.
Remember who wrote your who gave you a concert for free?
Remember that guy Shappy's Pretzels?
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
The LA guy.
we interviewed him.
He was giving out pretzels at
in
the
LA,
Grammys.
yes.
Yeah. Or at the Academy Awards. He was there too.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, handing out pretzels
Oh,
and
that's
stopping
awesome.
by
Oh.
all the things.
He sang the sweater song.
Good for him. That's cool. That's a good idea that he's offering
Feeding
that
them,
up too. Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's last item up in music news for you. Let's give some beer away. I got a case of Victory Motel Paloma. We'll take caller number 13, 215-263 WMMR. You got to try Victory Brewing's Motel Paloma. It's the beer for the summer. Grapefruits, blood orange, tangy lime. Super crushable and out now. Victory's Motel Paloma.
And you know what? You can find that at your local Acme store because they have it on display and it says Preston and Steve Beer of the Month all over it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, I love that.
Yes.
I need to try this because it was only a couple of years ago that I discovered the Paloma, and I absolutely love that cocktail. So I think I would like this beer.
It's a good one.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll wrap it up. Stay with us, my friend.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
By, inside, and all surfaces of massage head in contact with the skin uniformly.
Okay, that's all we're going to play.
So initially I saw the picture of it, I thought it was one of those office chairs that you sit in that doesn't have a back to it, but it's actually a device that you wear. You can wear standing up. There's a pin on it like a grenade.
I would need the instructions for this device. What the hell?
This
is happening?
you have seen nothing like this. I want to get one of these in the studio. Do they have a price?
No, but I'll bet you it's a few $1,000s. Look at this.
So
Wait, I'm sorry.
See, that wraps around.
is that supposed to go over your Johnson?
There you go. And then it goes up and
There
down.
you go.
Watching the animation. But what I can't figure out is the seat part of it.
The seat looks like a ski boot.
It does. It looks like a ski boot.
So you sit on a ski boot.
Hey,
while it.
Without looking behind you, Steve, who do you think is in the studio now?
Bill?
Yes. He just came into the studio. He's shaking his head. He's not happy.
He has one of these.
It was his birthday on Sunday.
He came in to clarify.
He's going to let us know the price.
What do those things cost, Bill?
You should get one that instead of a motorcycle seat.
Bill, honestly, have you ever seen anything like this in your life?
You know, I'm in my office last night, long after you've gone.
Right.
I listened to the Kathy Menstrual Cup segment because I missed it live.
Right.
What'd you think? It's pretty straight ahead, right?
There was look. It's like, well, I actually looked up. It's been so long since we've talked about FCC and the liability of obscenity and all of that stuff. It hasn't been a conversation. I looked up the definition again, and I think you guys are dancing on that line because it has something to do with sexual or excretory activities and organs, which is whatever.
There's nothing sexual about it. I mean, it deals with biological, if anything.
It deals with a sexual organ.
Right. Yeah, like a Wurlitzer.
By my by Kathy's very apt description of what that does. Anyway, and you're doing this today. I'm like, I dumped the lubricant on the thing.
Yes, which we would only.
I got you.
Our agreement with you is always we'll swing for the fences and you excise what you think is appropriate.
People are wondering what the name of it was. Again, I'll play the beginning. Just it says the name of this.
Before using the Shinfly full coverage men's massager,
Shinfly full coverage men's massager.
So I need to imagine because so much of this is written and appears to be in Mandarin, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely an Asian product, I believe. But it's got subtitles, which brings us full circle to the conversation we started.
Says great for dads and grads.
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right. So yesterday, today's discussion just kind of brought me back to those good old days where we're really working the dump buttons. But
good.
Yeah. So
by
maybe
the way, Bill,
a Preston and Steve logo in the merch shop, in the rock shop. You know, we could make some money on this.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Clap on it.
Again,
and you could be the narrator. Bill's a great narrator, by the way.
Yeah.
He does wonderful narration.
I get all.
Wait, hang on. Let me
all body parts in contact with the massager and the massager itself shall be fully cleaned.
I think you're better than this guy.
Yeah.
You'd be
I
perfect.
don't know what you want from me. Santa's got to go.
All right, I'm gonna go. Santa's got to go. All right, so you need to see this thing. You need to do a search on the. Hold on, what was the name of it?
I mean, it'd be easier to go out and get a girlfriend.
Yes,
by far. By
just putting this thing on, just all the straps and hooks. And various things you need to put together to put this thing on your body is more work than going out and trying to get an actual relationship.
And what do you think? It's like, you're at the office. Can I come in? No!
Before using the Shinfly Full Coverage Men's Massager.
Shinfly Full Coverage Men's Massager. Marissa?
We're sharing it on all of our social media.
Okay.
accounts,
All right.
so
You
can
got to
find the
see
link
this
there.
thing. There's nothing full-on graphic
No.
about
Everything
the
is,
animation, but I mean, it's
suggested.
It's certainly suggested, but I've never seen anything like this product before.
I mean, there has to come a point about 3 minutes into using it where you just feel like the lowest scum on earth.
Or you finally found the
euphoric.
greatest thing
Yeah.
that's been created by man.
Honey, I want a divorce.
Wow. Okay. All right. Eddie Vedder is heading out on the road tomorrow night in support of his new solo set, Earthling. Vedder kicks off a 9-date run at New York City's Beacon Theater, although he played a surprise show last night, right, Nick?
He did, yeah. He was in a place just outside of New York City, and the Earthlings were with him, and that's Chad Smith and Josh Klinghoffer and a few other guys. And so there's a whole bunch of songs that I've never heard of that he did last night. And then, tomorrow night at the Beacon Theater, and then Friday night at the Beacon Theater. And I will be attending Friday night show.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
While chatting with the New York Times, the Pearl Jam frontman recalled discussing his and the band's career with U2's Bono, who had very specific opinions and advice for Vedder.
What do you think about baloney?
He does.
I like it.
He recalled saying, I've had a conversation with Bono back in the day. He was suggesting that we needed to work harder and that you didn't want rock and roll to become a niche. And he said that when U2 makes a record, it's like they've got a racehorse and they don't want the horse to in the race. They want to win the race. And I said, we race the horse and then we let the horse run free. He said, I wasn't trying to be
honest, I don't know what you're talking about.
He said, I wasn't trying to be clever. That was the truth. And he was frustrated with me.
Do me a favor and put this device on. I think you're going to what is it? This part here goes over your manhood. This thing that looks like a ski boot rests just behind your nutsack. Now do a deep knee bend. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I see what you mean. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
His voice gets even shakier. There you go.
Wow. That's unbelievable. Isn't that something? It's crazy.
You had to have heard our earlier discussion in order to understand exactly what we're referring to. But the video is now on our social media if you want to see.
And call this part the everlasting bum stopper.
Oh, my God. Hang on. I can't see the copy here.
And the video's back up again.
It's just such a clunky looking thing.
It is. There's no way to describe it.
Okay. No, you may not want to eat for this next segment that we're going to talk about.
Oh, man. Okay.
Kathy told us last night on a little phone call, and she prefaced this by saying, I want to share something with you guys. And she says, because we're family and we can talk about these things.
By the way, Casey was not on the call at this point, so this is going to be a surprise
He
for
called the end of
Casey.
it.
I go, what did I just walk into? And you guys said, you just wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
I said, okay.
Yeah. So you want to try something out, I believe?
do. Yeah, I want to try something out. And when I say we're family, I mean us in the room and everyone that listens to the show.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
So I'm going to try a menstrual cup.
Oh,
A menstrual cup.
Wow.
I'm so surprised.
Yeah, a cup. Me too.
And in no small part, because your reaction anytime Preston has ever brought this up is just complete revulsion. And
That's
so,
what
like,
we thought.
The fact that you're coming around on it, and I've heard a lot of people rave about it. I'm proud of you. I think that's like a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
I didn't even know they still existed. I thought that this was a thing from years ago. Now, listen, I don't know nothing about menstrual
yes.
and all that. But it seems antiquated to me.
Well, so I think it's becoming a little more popular because they're saying that there's benefits to it. It's safer than wearing a tampon. It holds more, so you can go throughout the day.
Without Jelly Roll on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. A cool song called Need a Favor. And it's funny because we knew members of the local band Jelly Roll.
Yes.
Around here for ages. And then there's this band, Jelly Roll, which is kind of weird.
I often get confused.
And Matt Cord is walking into our studio. Hi,
Let's
Matt.
give you a lesson on how to pronounce his high school.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yes. Salesianum.
No.
Salesianum.
Salesianum. Yeah. And they
It's
refer
a-
to guys that go there as Sally's boys.
Sally's boys.
Yeah.
Is it an all-
he's a Sally's boy.
All right. Is it an all-guys school?
All guys.
Okay.
Wilmington, Delaware.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Salesianum.
Salesianum. When
Dante DiVincenzo went there. He's a NBA player.
Okay. And so did Charlie McDermott, who used to be on.
He went there?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Actor as well.
Oh, and there's a reporter for Channel 10. He does all like the fun stuff. I'm blanking on his name.
Oh, Don Pollock?
Tim Furlong.
Tim Furlong.
Tim
yeah.
Furlong. Okay.
Yeah, Don
Nice.
Pollock was 6 ABC.
What? No.
Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah, forever.
I thought he was on NBC.
Nope.
But it's hard to say.
I don't even know how to say the name of the damn school, so don't look to me.
It's
for
really
it.
hard to say.
Yeah, it's
It
weird.
is.
It looks odd.
Yeah. And then we'd have to go to houses and sell candy bars, and you'd be like, hey, we're selling candy bars for Salesianum. Is that a disease? What is that? It's like it's a high school, all boys Catholic.
Wow. Right. You know who else went there, Matt? Was Miguel Bezos. Jeffrey Bezos, his father, is an alumni of Sally.
How about that?
Yeah. Sally.
Wasn't in my class.
Nope. Class of 63.
Well, you're still a notable on that roster. Is Matt listed there?
No.
Oh, son of a bitch.
They never give any props to radio people on these things.
I know, right?
Low end of the totem pole.
But I don't donate or help out.
Well, that really helps.
That
You
might
don't-
help too.
Yeah.
There's a statue of you, though. There.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of
Jug.
Sally's
We used to
boys.
have Jug in detention. I got that all the time.
Yeah, justice under God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real
You go in on
Justice
Saturday.
under God. That's what they call
You know what?
that.
I got it, Brian. I'm on the air.
Oh, go back to your show. Thank
my
you, Matt Cord.
Yeah, my son can give you all sorts of lessons on what jug is.
On Jug?
Yeah.
But that lends itself to boob.
It sure does.
The jugs.
It's like cans.
It was called
knockers.
It was called the ISS when I was in school suspension.
Oh.
As opposed to
We called it detention.
It's different.
Yeah, detention is after school. In school suspension is during. School.
Yes, during classes.
Yeah, during
Correct.
classes.
And what's Jug?
But Jug is after school. It's detention after
so
school.
it's detention after school. All right,
Yeah.
I gotcha. Nice. Pierre, did you ever get detention?
Yeah, I got in a lot of trouble.
Oh, did you?
Well, I mean, in grade school, we were always troublemakers, and we had a former Army colonel who was our seventh grade teacher, Mr. Jarrett, and he would make us write the Constitution.
As a punishment?
Yeah,
Really?
which I
Okay.
can see from my window. But
Sergeant Riley.
but he also would make us write the Declaration of Independence. And then he would famously stand up and give us a lecture, particularly to me and my friend Bob, but he never quite got my last name right. He'd go, Robur.
Robur.
When are you going to grow up, Robur? Tomorrow? Dramatic pause. Tomorrow's never come, Robur. Wow. So Robur never really did quite grow up.
Right.
But Mr. Jarrett, God bless him, made us do the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence after, and then one time a friend of mine was making spitballs and he made him make spitballs in front of the class for an hour. I just remembered that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was usually an interesting punishment when they made you continue to do whatever it was that you were doing wrong.
Right.
I saw you pleasuring yourself.
To excess.
Do that for the whole show.
You do the next 6 hours of spanking it.
Now, how do you like it? I like it a lot.
Sore.
All right, we got to move on.
Okay,
right,
we've been
Santa.
told to move along. Here we go. You ready for the letter of the day?
Yo.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
H as in happy.
All right. And we are going to give away the prize tomorrow. Happy to do it. We will have a pair of tickets and meet and greet passes for Rival Sons. Their show is Saturday, June 3rd at Franklin Music Hall. It's presented by MMR, and the show also features the Record Company, another great
Nice.
Star Catcher as well, Star Crawler, sorry. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com, and a second chance to win tickets and meet and greet passes are on the contest page, WMMR.com, so check that out. What's going on the show today?
Well, another pair of passes for the Revivalists for our MM Archive session next week, and workforce blocks for Chris Cornell. We lost him 6 years ago today. Green Day. And for Mark Mothersbaugh's birthday, a block of Devo.
Nice.
Yes, I love Devo. Excellent. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. And tomorrow on our program, it's No Sad Bro Friday. Joe Dombrowski, comedian, will be in our studio tomorrow. And apparently Bill Weston is off, so we can do anything we want to do. All right. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.